white pumpkin rises out of his pumpkin patch and flies through the air with his bag of toys for all the children.
Able to see clearly inside your heart.
You've had me in deep hypnosis, and I asked you not to do that.
beautiful girl.
He was able to hypnotize you.
As if you'd awakened from a horrible dream.
In my pajamas, obviously. Period.
insajak sungker bes balge 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 li.
Hey everyone, Swordsman here. Welcome to the Crimson Sakura Lounge. Come on in, my dear friends. There's a chair and a drink waiting for you. Well, only 4 days left. Gotta make this count, right? Well, still got plenty of time, so there might be time for more subs, but who knows? Right now, though, it definitely feels like a scary situation, doesn't it? And speaking of scary, this time I'm looking at a game that I really hadn't never heard of until recently. And this time we're not playing something from PlayStation or PS2 or even Dreamcast. But it's a GameCube game called Eternal Darkness: Sanity's Requiem. This was a game that was actually mentioned to me by a few friends of mine. I usually stick to consoles that I'm familiar with, and I don't really care much for Nintendo if I'm being completely honest. But this was a huge request. I've been told countless times that this is probably much more creepier and disturbing than even most of the Silent Hill games. Which, looking back in its history, I wasn't even sure if that was true, but based on what I heard of, yeah, there might be something wrong with it. I mean, I've heard, like, tales that the game would just suddenly restart for no reason. The controllers would suddenly take some sort of advantage away from you. And there was even the occasional restarting of your console, which would have scared the hell out of me. But to say that it's scarier, well, I think that would be up for debate. Now, this game did come out in 2002. This was around the same time when we had games like, I don't know, just little known games like Resident Evil Code Veronica, Silent Hill 2, and Fear Effect, Fatal Frame. So, it already has like a lot going against it, because those are games with not just brand name appeal, but also by some very familiar people. So, digging deeper into it, I found out that this game was actually worked on by Silicon Knights, the same people who made Blood Ode and The Legacy of Kain, which is another series that I've been meaning to play for a long time, but I wasn't sure if that would qualify as like a Halloween-y kind of stream. But, you know, maybe we'll get into it at some point. Anyways, so my hesitance with playing this wasn't because it was creepy, nor was it because it was on GameCube. But let's just say my opinions with Nintendo over the years haven't exactly been good, if I'm being honest. And the truth is that I'm going to be perfectly honest. If they were to offer me a sponsorship with one of their games, I think I would flat out reject it. Don't get me wrong. They have some really good games too. Like, there are good games Nintendo has made. There are Zelda, Mario, Metroid, Castlevania, Contra, like Pokemon, so much more. But the fact that these guys have such questionable business practices, it really puts a sour taste in my mouth. Which is why I don't even have any Nintendo consoles in my house anymore. I used to have a 3DS, but I had to get rid of that one because I needed the money at the time. Which is sad, because I found out that the Nintendo eShop was gone, and now I will never be able to play some of the games that I wanted to play on that. Tragic, for sure. Still, I don't want to be like a one-trick pony, so I thought, you know, maybe I'll give it a look. Maybe it'll be neat, and maybe it'll be cool. Maybe my prejudices will be swayed. So I'm willing to give it a try, because I like you guys a lot. Now, don't take that too personally, though. That doesn't mean I'm going to let you skip out on your tab. Which, by the way, if you haven't sent me a tip, Anyways, before we get into that, there was actually a few videos I wanted to cover, as well as a few bite-sized games that I wanted to play before we get into the main event. You can think of this as like, the B-movies before you get to the actual feature presentation, right? And as anyone could attest, this has been my ultimate B-movie. So let's see. We're gonna start off things simply with a little video that I found a little while back. So let's see. Let me pause the jukebox really quick about this. So there was this, about a couple of years ago, there was this video that went around about Five Nights at Freddy's as like police body cam footage, which I thought was interesting. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, though, I am not a really big Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I used to be back at the beginning. Like, the first couple of games were kind of neat. But then it kind of drifted off after a while, and I was like, yeah, no. That being said, the concept of it was still interesting to me. And this video actually looked pretty interesting. So this is like a police archive, which is like a... They sort of make it seem like it's found footage from a police body cam, which that alone is probably worth watching. So let's see what exactly these guys have made, shall we?
All right, that's them.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm Special Agent Edwards of the FBI, and this is my partner, Agent Wallace.
Glad to meet you two. I'm Detective William Bradley. I'm in charge of this investigation, and this is the Police Sergeant David Miller. Please, take a seat.
All right, so go ahead and give us the rundown on this case. Everything you guys know and everything you guys are suspicious of. If I'm not mistaken, this is a case of a serial murder, is that correct?
Yes, sir, as well as theft and bribery, among others. Now, this relates back to a string of disappearances that started popping up about a year ago, all relating back to a kids' entertainment company called Fazbear Entertainment. This first case involves a man named Sean Roberts, whose family told us was a paranormal investigator. On the night of August 19th, 1985, around 2 o'clock, he was hired to look into the company's supernatural occurrences. However, his family reported that same morning that he hadn't come home and has been missing ever since. Now, originally we suspected that he had...
This shirt said, "I love Jesus."
Witnesses who live close to the restaurant strip mall lead us to believe a different story.
That's funny.
They reported hearing a loud gunshot. Some recognized it as a shotgun blast that came from the parking lot during the night. When we arrived on scene after a disturbance call about it that evening, we found shattered glass from a broken window pane that landed on the outside of the building. We did manage to find a small blood sample on the ground as well as fingerprints off the victim's equipment, confirming that this was him and he had indeed been murdered. However, we found nothing giving us any idea of who the actual killer was. So we asked the company if they might have caught the event on camera. Their response was that Mr. Roberts had requested that the building's power be shut off and that the building's entrance doors be unlocked for him to enter. So, with the prospect of literally anybody being able to enter the building at any time...
Well, then you pretty much
nobody
set
could
yourself
exactly
up,
prove
didn't
that
you?
The company itself was involved, so we eventually just passed this case off as some crack job who stumbled on the unlocked door, figured he'd try to score himself a payday by robbing the place, saw Mr. Roberts approaching the building, and then shot him through the window to ensure no witnesses. Afterwards, he spent the rest of the time before we got there doing the best to clean up after himself. And then another case came up about a few months after that.
Damn, look at that
15th,
chin.
1986.
He had like a
Family
Campbell
of mechanics for
jawline
Apple
going on.
Robotics, their LLC sister company, filed a report about their missing son, Matthew Walker. Again, we arrived at the restaurant and found no tangible evidence of a crime that was committed, so the second time we asked if the company had any idea about this event, or again, had maybe caught it on camera. Again, they said no, and when they looked back at the camera footage, it cuts off about the time that it could have happened, so they inferred that maybe that their building power had randomly shut off. So again, nobody at the time could prove they were responsible for his disappearances, but I think we both know lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice. So we kept a closer eye on him this time. Finally, the smoking gun case that told us something fishy was going on.
Man, look at that hair. That is
David
crazy
Carter,
hair.
who was a new hire for the company and reported missing after he didn't come back for his first night shift on October 29th, 1986. Again, no evidence of a crime could be found anywhere, but this time when we asked the company for the footage, they agreed, but discovered it had, quote, mysteriously gone missing as soon as they went to look for it. So y'all start to sense a pattern here.
3 missing people are gone without a trace, and a suspiciously uncooperative company are seemingly covering up these incidents.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Do also bear in mind that all of this is on top of 4 extra missing kids cases relating to the company as well. I unfortunately don't have the documents on hand with me right now since they were just requested by our CSIs a few minutes before this, but what I do still have is everything that happened afterwards, which is pretty much just shows that all these cases resulted in successful lawsuits by their respective families, costing the company millions in reparations and bringing them closer to bankruptcy.
I see. What about this guy you caught last night? How does he fit into all this?
Well, as of now, he's confessed to being the one responsible for everything we just mentioned. In front of you is everything we could find on him in our archives. He confessed that he murdered the 4 kids, Gabriel Martin, Jeremy and Susie Collins, and finally Fritz Robinson, as well as the additional 3 cases we just talked about, claiming that they were too close to discovering the truth.
Which is?
Well, that's the other thing. He's been real picky about which questions he answers. We asked where the bodies were, he said nothing. We asked how long he's been doing this, he said nothing. And he's even avoided questions just relating to his side of the story. Not sure why he wants to still keep secrets from us now, even after letting the cat out of the bag. Also, his responses don't seem very genuine.
Don't seem genuine? Are you sure he's not just trying to throw you guys off?
Agent Edwards, I've served with this police department sergeant for 25 years. I know when people are lying to my face.
Well, if there's a confession, then this sounds like an open and shut case to me. So what are you guys trying to say right now?
Well, we just think the situation is a bit too good to be true. A guy gets away with 7 murders and now all of a sudden decides to stop hiding his tracks.
Yeah, that is crazy.
I'll say, son of a bitch pretty much cuffed himself. Didn't try to fight, resist, escape, nothing.
So what? Maybe he felt guilty and turned himself in. Thought he could pull a fast one on us last night and we got him.
All I'm saying is that there could be more to this case than was immediately apparent. Could be parts of this that we don't know or aren't seeing quite yet.
Well, unfortunately the court doesn't care about could-bes. They're only concerned about what we can prove. Now, is there anything else you haven't shown us yet that proves these claims more broadly?
There is one thing, and it's another major reason we brought you guys in.
Here we go.
One of our officers managed to record the whole ordeal that happened last night. However, there are definitely parts of this tape that we cannot show to the public. At least not yet.
All right, Death. Show us what you got.
This ought to be interesting. I do like how they're trying to set it up like it's an actual whodunit kind of murder case. It really does seem pretty cool.
Let's see.
I wish they did more
says
like
recording.
it, truth be told. I think it would have really helped the
Should be coming up on them
series.
fairly soon.
Which way are they heading?
Should be the same direction we're going, just not exactly sure how far up they are. Keep an eye on both sides, though.
Oh shit, is that them?
Might be. It looks like it fits the bill.
Why the hell are they driving so slow?
I don't know. They're probably trying to decide what to do.
Could be.
Let's go ahead and phone it in now before they try something. 3 Echo 10 to dispatch, over.
3 Echo 10, go ahead.
Yeah, we got a possible jackpot on that Bolo 41982 white GMC box truck, currently heading northbound on 99.
Roger, ready for the plate detail.
That LP is going to be Juliet Golf Kilo 245. That's Juliet Golf Kilo 245. And it's a Wisconsin plate, over.
3 Echo 10, that's a positive ID. Vehicle was reported stolen from a rental service a few days ago and is now involved with an ongoing investigation.
Oh, I think they might have found them.
A brand logo on the front of the vehicle, though. So the vehicle may be bought by the company, and this report may be a mistake. We pretty much just need to figure out if they actually own the vehicle or not.
10-4 dispatch, thanks for the assist. Alright, let's pull them over. Okay, I'm gonna walk over to the driver's side and tell what's going on, see if we can get it squared away. Sit tight, be ready to back me up, alright?
Yes, sir.
Alright.
I just didn't realize that they're using completely animated characters right now. So pretty impressive.
Alright, my name is Officer Dale. May I see the keys to the truck, please? Just want to make sure you don't take off and run on me now. Thank you very much. Alright, do you know why I stopped you just now?
Oh no, why did I say that?
There's a Bolo, or be on the lookout for this particular model vehicle. Now, I ran your plate just now, and my dispatcher told me that this vehicle was reported stolen by a rental service.
Uh-huh.
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 Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I mean, this looks to be y'all's vehicle, so...
Y'all's vehicle.
I mean, I'm not gonna assume anything, right? You know how companies like to make shit up all the time so you can rip people off, you know?
Uh-huh. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well, let's see if we can get this figured out. You have your license and registration on you? Perfect. I assume this is a commercial vehicle? Okay, so you got your license for that. Alright, let me go ahead and rerun this stuff and see if we can get this issue squared away, alright? Alright, sit tight for me.
I noticed how he had a mustache. Real nice. Big
You might
mustache.
handle this in for me. I'm gonna take care of the registration out here so I can keep an eye on them.
Yeah, sure thing. 3 Echo 10 to dispatch.
3 Echo 10, what you got?
Got a commercial license I need you to check out for me.
Ready for the detail.
License number is going to be 126-26679. That's 126-26679. First name Oscar, last name Master. M-A-S-T-E-R. He's a 34-year-old white male with short brownish black hair.
Wow.
Over.
That's quite the name. Oscar Master.
I'm not coming up with anything. Can I get a 10-9 on the number?
126-26679.
I got no one listed under that name. Is it expired?
Negative dispatch. License says it'll expire in 92.
Roger. It might be a false ID. Description
Ah.
sounds familiar, so they might be the guys the other unit saw.
Well, they seem to be acting pretty calm pulling something like this, but I'll tell my partner and we'll bring him in. Thanks for the help.
10-4.
Hey, Daryl.
Yeah, what's up?
This is a fake ID.
Shit, really?
Just read the details to dispatch twice and they came up with nothing both times.
Well, is it expired?
No, look, it says it expires in 92.
Damn. Okay, then. Alright, I'm gonna get the driver out in cuffs. Go ahead and walk around back and make sure his friend doesn't take off running.
Okay, will do.
I got a bad feeling about this. The funny thing is that this is playing exactly how you would imagine a pullover like this.
Hey, where the hell's your friend?
Oh, God!
Daryl?
3 Echo 10, officer down, shots fired! Don't
Shit!
move. Show me your hands, now! Drop what's in your hands and step out of the truck! You deaf motherfucker! I said!
Oh, fuck! Did he just let Foxy get him? Jeez.
What now? Just stick to the plan, come on.
What plan? Also, what the hell is Foxy doing? Why did they stick Foxy on the cop? And how did it not attack them first? Jeez, he's lucky he didn't get killed.
The Echo 10 to dispatch. Dispatch, can you read me? Can anyone hear me right now? Oh, fucking great.
Busted.
Daryl! Daryl, you still with me, buddy? God damn it, man. I'll make him fucking pay for this.
Jeez. Easy there,
The Echo
pal.
10.
You're still a
Got an
cop.
officer down on 999 North. I need backup and immediate medical assistance. Over. Does anyone read me?
Let me guess.
Ah, Rita's busted too. Fuck.
What are the chances?
God damn it, Daryl. The one time we need a spare. All right, think.
Wait, don't those cop cars
I'm not
usually
that far
come
from the
with
city,
like
so someone
their
must
own
have heard all
built-in
this.
radios though?
Wait a minute. Where'd the hell they go? Why didn't they just take off in the truck?
Right.
Oh, they're up to something. They have to be. Is this thing still rolling? Oh shit, it is. Okay.
Oh, he took off the dash cam.
Let's see if I can find out where they went. It looks like they went off the right in this direction. So let's see if I can catch up to them. I don't care what that thing is. No one's getting away from me that easily.
What about your partner, Pallet? I mean, I'm gonna assume he's already dead, but still. Don't you want to at least call it in to get some medical assistance first? I mean, this isn't exactly...
Damn.
I'm trying to
What is
think,
it?
like... Okay, I know this is like some fan project, right? But I'm trying to think of this in like a logical sense. Isn't it usually part of the SOP to try and get your partner into medical care even if you're confirmed they're KIA? Normally, you would want to see if that you call it in. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but most squad cars usually have their own built-in radio system just in case the radios on theirs actually don't bust down. I mean, I've heard them said the one time we needed a spare, but cars like that usually have their own radios built in for that kind of emergency. So I'm kind of curious, like... Okay, this was actually set in the 80s, right? So I guess that explains a bit, but still. Raises a lot of questions.
This place looks abandoned, or at least pretty run down. It's got to be a mall or something.
A mall, huh?
What the hell are they doing in a place like this?
Scavenging? Urban exploring?
This must be where they broke in. Or at least where someone broke in. Jesus, this place definitely looks bigger on the inside. I mean, it looks fairly intact, but my God, did they let this place go?
I really can't get used to that scratching sound. It's bothering me right now.
These are the old businesses they closed down.
I guess even back in the 80s, they,
Architecture looks super retro, though.
I guess
This
back
place
then,
had to be
even the
built in,
malls
like,
were
late
getting run
60s,
down,
early
huh?
70s at least. I wonder if there's still... No way! How is there still power in this place?
Huh?
Well, if there is still power, hopefully the phones here still work. I gotta make sure backup knows I'm here, otherwise they'd be looking everywhere to try and find where the action is.
Yep.
I think that's a map right there.
It'll be another...
Let's see if I can find the office buildings.
It'll be another 10 to 15 years before another...
Office.
Another phone... Cell phones are invented.
Here. Okay. Second floor on the east side. Alright. Let's see if those phones still work. So hopefully I can redirect the cavalry over here to help me catch these guys.
Yeah, that is something that he should do. Although I'm pretty sure his partner's dead by now.
Wait.
I heard that.
How long until the rest show up?
From where we are, it'll take him at least 5 to 10 minutes, but they don't even know we're here, so we've got time.
What if they check here first?
Will you quit your fucking bitching and hand me the pliers?
I see. They're scrappers. I wonder what they need all that for, though.
I'm more concerned about where Foxy might be. What's he gonna do? Sneak up on him?
Okay, I got it. Open the bag. I heard that. Who's there?
Shit. Good going, buddy.
Hey! Who's that?
Oh, fuck it. MCPD! Hands up! Now!
How the fuck?
Shit! Wait for it, wait for it.
It's just him. Come on, let's go. Now, hurry up.
You guys think this is a fucking game? Come out with your hands up! Now! What the hell?
No way they escaped that fast.
Holy shit!
Oh shit! Oh god, oh god, oh, he's so dead. Shit! This is actually kind of terrifying. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
That was too close.
God, I hate that thing. I gotta get back up here now.
Yeah, make sure you walk around the glass this time.
Oh, come on.
No phones.
Yes, there we go. God damn it, it's locked.
Just break down the door.
Fuck it. Yes, still works. All right, let's send in the cavalry.
All right, hurry. Come on, he's got this.
Come on, pick up. Yeah, this is Officer Mitchell Clyde, MCPD. We got shots fired at Northview Mall, east of I-99 North. I got 2 armed and dangerous suspects with machine pistols, both in all black and ski masks. Physical description unknown. My partner's down and unresponsive. I need backup and immediate medical assistance. This sound like a fucking prank call to you, lady? Both me and my partner's radios are busted. What do you want me to do? Thank God this phone still works, otherwise I'd have no way to reach you guys.
I think I heard something.
Shit.
Shit. Just give me some backup, damn it.
Chris! What? He's still alive! He got to one of the phones!
Fucking shit. All right, we've only got 3 more spots after this. We better hit those quick. Where's your robot?
I don't know. Try to call it back.
Uh-oh.
You know, I'm almost tempted to leave that useless piece of shit here.
We can't let the cops find it. It's got to come with us.
Don't make me regret this. Come on, we're on the clock.
They're really pushing their luck, too.
Shit, Jesus. What the fuck?
Shit. Don't move. Don't even turn on that light.
There he is!
Oh, shit!
Ah! Fuck! How you like that, you coward? Let's see you run.
Why isn't that thing going down? Oh, shit.
Okay.
Well, thank God he had that taser. He's probably out of bullets at this point, though.
Didn't think that would actually work. About fucking time.
Now the big question is, can he make it out alive? I swear, if they accidentally shoot him without even someone just give him a warning, that's...
Freeze! Hands up!
Blue! Blue! Don't shoot! I'm with you guys!
Identify yourself.
Officer Mitchell Clyde, MCPD!
Wait, Clyde?
Yeah! Yeah, Sarge, it's me!
Holy shit! Stand down! He's with us!
Thought we had lost you. Why the hell didn't you report in?
Both mine and Daryl's radios are busted, sir. Only so much I could do at the time. Managed to find a working phone, and that's how I called you guys in.
I see. Where's Daryl then?
Wasted, Sarge. Got shot up pretty bad. I think he's dead.
Damn it! Alright, where is he?
Down by my vehicle, right next to the stolen truck on 99, not too far from here. Pretty sure my lights are still on, so it'll be hard to miss.
Go down, secure the part of the highway, and get medical down there as fast as you can.
Yes, sir. Alpha Squad, on me.
You hurt?
I got my head bashed pretty hard and I'm shot in my thigh. Other than that, though, I'll live.
Can you fight?
I'll try.
Alright, good. We need all the help we can get before they escape. What do they look like?
Hard to tell. Both of them were in ski masks and all black. It seemed like Daryl got a good look at them with their masks off. Though it's not like he can give you a description of them now. One of them has a machine pistol and I think the other guy's got a regular one. One of them's name is Chris, but I didn't catch the other guy's name.
When's the last time you saw him?
Down this way. I think they're still here, but we gotta go now.
Alright. Bravo, Charlie, sweep this building. Let's smoke these guys out. The rest of you are on me. Let's move!
Here we go. Let's see if they actually get him. This is already getting more interesting than the actual games. I'm starting to like this.
There he is! Hands up!
All units, got eyes on. Let me see your hands! Drop the gun!
Drop the gun and put your hands up! Drop the gun and show us your hands!
Alpha 1 out, copy.
We're pinned down! The assistant's on the second floor!
What happened?
He's down! Threat neutralized.
All units, suspect down. Repeat, suspect eliminated.
Oh wait, who fired that shot?
It was a clean kill. Remember, he's not alone. Finish clearing this place and fall in with us. We're not done here yet.
Any idea where his friend might be?
I think that answers your question.
Fall in! On me!
Hey! Open the door!
Police department, come out with your hands up!
I can't! The door's stuck! I can't open it! Hands up now! Face the wall! On your fucking knees!
There they go. But wait. Where's Foxy?
What's your name? Identify yourself.
Henry Emily.
Henry Emily, huh? Well, that was kind of cool and kind of intense. I kind of wish that the rest of the Five Nights at Freddy's games were like that. You know, I've always said, like, body cam footage really makes for good horror. It has, like, this tension that you don't get from anything else. And the scariest part is that it's centered in real life. Which is why I think it can work great for a horror game. Now, the next one on our list is actually something that I wasn't aware of. So, okay. As some of you might know, I'm actually a bit of a Star Wars nerd. I grew up with it. It was something that really got me all solidified in that whole nerd culture that we all know and love. Regardless about how you feel the series as a whole, you can't deny that it's had a huge impact in the world. So imagine my surprise when I heard something called Star Wars Death Troopers. And it wasn't from what we're about to see, but actually from someone else. Let me show you. This is a sort of itch.io account called Steven Games or Stefan Games. The person who has made this is called Stefano Cagnaghi, which I'm probably butchering that name pretty badly already. And apparently he does like a lot of fan recreations. He's done things based on movies. He's done like Terminator, 28 Days Later, Leatherface. He's even done like recreations of Dino Crisis, which is something I'm probably considering doing. He's also done Medieval 2, which is cool. He has like all these fan projects that he's made out of a lot of movies and retro games. He's even doing something for Clock Tower and Forbidden Siren, which is cool. He also done Jaws and Tremors, really awesome. But the one thing that got my attention was this, Death Troopers. Now this was something that I wasn't even aware of. I thought at first it was like something that came out of a fan made. But as it turns out, it's not. It's actually a book, part of the Star Wars Legends universe. Now, this is going to be confusing, so I'm just gonna call this out like really quick. A lot of the stories that Star Wars has done, there are a lot of side stories that are like legends. Not exactly canonical, but they are stories that could have happened, or things that happened in like an alternate timeline. And there's like so many things that you can put in between or afterwards from certain sceneries. I think a lot of them are a lot better than the Star Wars media we get now. But this one was actually a book, from what I remember. And it's actually kind of interesting. So, I wasn't sure what this was going to be. Now, if you're anything like me, and you grew up in that era where zombies was all the rage way back then, you will know, like, back then you really couldn't escape the media of zombies. Now, as much as a fan of Resident Evil I am, even I have a limit on how much zombie media I can digest. But this was one I didn't even expect, and you're about to see why.
The year is 2009. The world is neck deep in a recession, Obama declares national emergency because of the H1N1 virus outbreak, and zombies rule the world.
Well, sort of.
Well, the media world. The 2000s were undeniably a renaissance of zombies, reigniting the hype from George Romero's films from decades ago. And right as the zombie trend was really ramping up, Lucas Licensing did their marketing research and struck while the iron was hot. They had Del Rey publish a Star Wars zombie novel. Joe Schreiber penned the story, who had written a few horror novels already for Del Rey. He was given creative power to do whatever he wanted, essentially. Create original characters, make gory scenes, and even add existing characters, given that they fit the canon timeline. Buzz for this book also started to ramp up when the cover was revealed. And that grabbed
look at that.
attention real quick.
That looks like really awesome.
This was a Star Wars story you've never seen before. So with the stage set, let's get comfy and dive right into the story of Death Troopers.
I need to make some popcorn for this.
These events took place 1 year before Episode 4, A New Hope. There was once an Imperial prison barge called the Purge that housed about 500 inmates, as well as dozens of Imperials and a ship doctor. The Purge was en route to deliver prisoners to a moon penal colony where they'd be staying indefinitely. The inmates ranged from low-level grifters to rebel sympathizers and some of the most violent criminals in the galaxy. The Purge was a dreary vessel. The engines rattled the floors constantly, the Durasteel ceilings dripped with condensation from whatever machinery kept it running, and the cafeteria slop was enough to drive someone mad. If the ship shut down suddenly and was lost in space forever, the Empire probably wouldn't have minded. Trig Longo was a young teenage vagrant stuck in a cell in Genpop with his older brother Kale Longo. They were picked up 8 weeks prior by the Empire with their father, Von Longo. These kids weren't murderers or rebels, they were small-scale swindlers picked up on an Imperial sweep. Trig was easily intimidated by other inmates, but Kale, his older brother, would always stand up for him. Their dad, Von, was suspected by the Empire to have rebel affiliation, and he died 2 weeks prior while being brutally interrogated by the Purge's captain of the guard, Jareth Sartoris. During his time on the Purge, Trig memorized the hundreds of meters of narrow access routes, sublevels, and concourses in Genpop. On the Purge, there were 6 levels of Genpop actually, with a cafeteria above all those levels, and then admin, and then the staff quarters, and on the very top of the ship, the infirmary and pilot deck. Deep down at the bottom of the ship was solitary, for the worst inmates, maniacs, extreme flight risks. One day, after eating in the cafeteria, Trig and Kale slipped away to meet with the notorious Delphanian Face Gang to trade some information for protection. Their dad had given them a location of a secret cache on board the Purge that had blasters in it. So the brothers decided they might be able to leverage this information to gain face with the Face Gang. But instead of meeting the gang leader as planned, another Delphanian named R-Miss showed up to meet them, revealing that he'd killed the leader and promised that his flunkies could kill the Longo brothers for sport. So Kale lunged forward and ripped a series of rings out of R-Miss's lip, splattering blood everywhere. And after a brief fight, Trig and Kale escaped the gangsters, and that's when they noticed something strange. The ship's loud engines had completely stopped. Up in the ship's infirmary, Zahara Cody, chief medical officer, tended to a Dug prisoner who has the best name, Tugnut. Tugnut was one of the usual inmates who would feign illness just to hang out in the infirmary for a while. She was friendly with most of the prisoners and really cared about her job. She started work on the Purge 13 weeks ago, leaving her wealthy family behind her. She wanted to become a doctor, but in this galaxy, doctors were considered a dirty profession, something to be done by droids. Her family was a wealthy financing family, and her parents, crewmates, and even the inmates sometimes saw her position on the Purge as a temporary venture before returning to her luxurious life. But when Zahara went to medical school, she had a fleeting romance with one of her professors, who opened her eyes to the suffering of the galaxy. And despite her issues with Imperial rule, she still joined the Empire to help others as best she could. But here on the Purge, she had seen too much corruption go on, and she put in her 2 weeks' notice, especially since the whole deal with Von Longo getting beat to death, and Von became the patient she couldn't save, thanks to Jareth Sartoris. Sartoris, captain of the guard on the Purge, had a long questionable track record, leading him to be stationed here on the Purge. Sartoris was in his quarters when he also noticed the engines stopped. They were still a week out from their destination, so he went up to the warden's office along with 3 other officers to check out what was going on. Warden Cloth told everyone that the thrusters were damaged beyond repair, and without additional parts, they were stranded out here on the border of the unknown regions. However, there was hope. They detected a Star Destroyer nearby, but it wasn't responding to communications. They turned on some emergency sublight thrusters and ran a bioscan on the destroyer when they got close, which showed only about a dozen life forms on board, which is a far cry from the normal 10,000 or so crew that a Star Destroyer needs to operate. Some of the officers scoffed and suspected equipment malfunction, but Sartoris felt something in his gut deep down, that whatever was on that destroyer, they wanted no part of. Either way, Cloth decided to send Sartoris and the other officers up to the destroyer to salvage for parts to fix the thrusters, all while Cloth stayed in his sterile, clean office. Much to Sartoris' chagrin, he really hated the warden, and the warden really hated Sartoris. So Sartoris, a few officers, engineers, and stormtroopers took a docking shaft elevator up from the Purge to the derelict Star Destroyer. The elevator ended up in a massive, dimly lit hangar bay. In the hangar were a couple of X-Wings, TIE Fighters, a Corellian freighter, some escape pods, and a Sentinel-class Imperial shuttle. There were some droids, moving crates back and forth, stuck in some broken routine. Otherwise, there was no trace of the crew at all. But the officers still intended to complete their duty, so they got to work. They found a hover lift that they wanted to use to get around the ship, but there were simply too many of them to take the hover lift. In order to better search more parts of the ship, they split up into 2 groups. Group 1 was made up of the officers Sartoris, Austin, Vesic, and 2 engineers. Group 2 had 1 officer, Armitage, a couple of engineers, and stormtroopers. They were to rendezvous back at the docking shaft in 1 hour. Sartoris' group headed out and found a storage bay, and had the engineers collect the parts they needed. After a while, Officer Vesic calmed Group 2 for a situation report, but the comms just kinda sounded like a strange static, but he did hear the words Medlab, Quadrant 17, and a vat. Group 1 finished salvaging parts, and as they headed back to the hangar, Officer Austin let out a sharp cough. So while Group 1 was scavenging for parts, Group 2 was out scavenging for some supplies, and Armitage stumbled across a biolab. What he found shocked him. A massive, wall-sized vat filled with clear bubbling gel and dozens of strange pink organisms. To him, it looked like a crossbreeding experiment of some exotic flowers and peeled fruit. But as he got closer, he saw what they actually were. Dozens of sets of human lungs breathing in sync together. They were all hooked up with tubes, one pumping oxygen in and another tube draining gray fluid out and into black tanks that were behind the vat. Armitage stood in awe of this clandestine experiment when suddenly each set of lungs all started screaming together. That was the moment that Vesic was trying to calm Armitage, so the comms weren't distorted by static. Armitage was being drowned out by a cacophony of screams. When he tried to run out of the room, he saw that he had visitors. Group 1 got back to the docking shaft, but Group 2 was nowhere to be found. Sartoris, now annoyed by Austin's bronchial coughing, he assumed Group 2 already went back down to the purge, so they returned to the ship as well. On the ride down, one of the engineers dropped to his knees and vomited, and his skin turned a sickly green color. Once they all reached the purge, Vesic and the other engineer started coughing as well. Sartoris went back to his quarters to sleep, while the others went to medbay to be treated by Zahara Cody and Waste, her 2-1B droid. While Zahara tried to treat them, Vesic started having a violent seizure. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, his skin went gray, and he started shaking so bad that Waste had to hold him down to keep him in his bed. Geysers of blood spewed out of his mouth and all over the droid. After that, Zahara put all 4 patients into a quarantine bubble. A couple hours passed, and back down in Gen Pop, the majority of the inmate population became terribly ill as well. There was screaming and fights throughout the ship. The purge eventually had a nearly 100% infection rate. The medbay quickly filled to capacity, and people died at an alarming rate. Waste ran some tests on the disease and discovered that the cells of the virus could hide themselves within the patients and actually communicate with other cells throughout the body through a process called quorum sensing. The virus would lay dormant until it realized a point where the host wouldn't be able to fight off an infection, and that's when it struck. It wasn't any known disease in the databanks, and biosuits didn't seem to work either. It spread through the air and permeated most materials, seemingly. While Waste was describing all this to Zahara, dozens of patients in the infirmary all suffered violent seizures at the same time, screamed, and then died. Zahara was asymptomatic, so she had a blood test done to check if she even had the virus. Sartoris was escorted to quarantine because he was part of the boarding party, and despite him being asymptomatic, he was still forced into the bubble. He knew that the purge was likely a lost cause at this point, so he decided that he'd evacuate the ship before people started hogging all the escape pods. And he knew that only 2 people knew the escape pod codes, Warden Cloth and Vesic. He pinched Vesic's nose shut, torturing him and demanding the codes. He tried to disregard his conscience, killing a fellow officer, saying that Vesic was about to die anyways. Once Sartoris came back clean from the virus, he left quarantine and headed to the warden's office with 2 E11s in hand. At this point, the staff quarters were littered with dead Imperials. But he walked by them and he got to the office, and Cloth was on the ground, laying in a puddle of blood and gray fluids. Sartoris put a blaster to Cloth's head, and Cloth gave him the escape pod codes. Afterwards, Cloth scolded Sartoris and started reciting Sartoris' psychological results back to him. but he was interrupted when Sartoris blasted his head wide open. Gen Pop was silent now, and the place smelled of death. Kale and Trig thought they were the only ones left alive. Trig yelled for help, and then suddenly the bars of every cell opened up. When they walked out, Armis attacked Trig and pinned him down. Kale took a shiv and shoved it through the back of Armis's head and through his mouth, killing the gang leader. While the Longo brothers headed to an elevator shaft to leave Gen Pop, they found a cell with a Wookiee toddler inside, huddled over its dead parents. The dead Wookiees' tongues were swollen with their throats bursted open. The disease apparently had different side effects on different races. The brothers tried to coerce the Wookiee toddler to come with them, but it refused and...
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Need some coffee. Might have to run down later, too. I feel like I missed a lot of info, so let's see. I think this is where I left off. Sorry, I just really wanted to see what this is all about, because it's really interesting.
Dad had given them a location of a secret cache on board the Purge that had blasters in it. So the brothers decided they might be able to leverage this information to gain face with the Face Gang. But instead of meeting the gang leader as planned, another Delphanian named Armis showed up to meet them, revealing that he'd killed the leader and promised that his flunkies could kill the Longo brothers for sport. So Kale lunged forward and ripped a series of rings out of Armis's lip, splattering blood everywhere. And after a brief fight, Trig and Kale escaped the gangsters, and that's when they noticed something strange. The ship's loud engines had completely stopped. Up in the ship's infirmary, Zahara Cody, chief medical officer, tended to a Dug prisoner who has the best name, Tugnut. Tugnut was one of the usual inmates who would feign illness just to hang out in the infirmary for a while. She was friendly with most of the prisoners and really cared about her job. She started work on the Purge 13 weeks ago, leaving her wealthy family behind her. She wanted to become a doctor, but in this galaxy, doctors were considered a dirty profession, something to be done by droids. Her family was a wealthy financing family, and her parents, crewmates, and even the inmates sometimes saw her position on the Purge as a temporary venture before returning to her luxurious life. But when Zahara went to medical school, she had a fleeting romance with one of her professors, who opened her eyes to the suffering of the galaxy. And despite her issues with Imperial rule, she still joined the Empire to help others as best she could. But here on the Purge, she had seen too much corruption go on, and she put in her 2 weeks' notice, especially since the whole deal with Von Longo getting beat to death, and Von became the patient she couldn't save, thanks to Jareth Sartoris.
Aww.
Sartoris, captain of the guard on the Purge, had a long questionable track record, leading him to be stationed here on the Purge. Sartoris was in his quarters when he also noticed the engines stopped. They were still a week out from their destination, so he went up to the warden's office along with 3 other officers to check out what was going on. Warden Cloth told everyone that the thrusters were damaged beyond repair, and without additional parts, they were stranded out here on the border of the unknown regions. However, there was hope. They detected a Star Destroyer nearby, but it wasn't responding to communications. They turned on some emergency sublight thrusters and ran a bioscan on the destroyer when they got close, which showed only about a dozen life forms on board, which is a far cry from the normal 10,000 or so crew that a Star Destroyer needs to operate. Some of the officers scoffed and suspected equipment malfunction, but Sartoris felt something in his gut deep down, that whatever was on that destroyer, they wanted no part of.
Yeah,
Either way, Cloth decided to send Sartoris and the other officers up to the destroyer to salvage for parts to fix the thrusters, all while Cloth stayed in his sterile, clean office. Much to Sartoris' chagrin, he really hated the warden, and the warden really hated Sartoris.
It's like a mutual disagreement.
A few officers, engineers, and stormtroopers took a docking shaft elevator up from the Purge to the derelict Star Destroyer. The elevator ended up in a massive, dimly lit hangar bay. In the hangar were a couple of X-Wings, TIE Fighters, a Corellian freighter, some escape pods, and a Sentinel-class Imperial shuttle. There were some droids, moving crates back and forth, stuck in some broken routine. Otherwise, there was no trace of the crew at all. But the officers still intended to complete their duty, so they got to work. They found a hover lift that they wanted to use to get around the ship, but there were simply too many of them to take the hover lift. In order to better search more parts of the ship, they split up into 2 groups. Group 1 was made up of the officers Sartoris, Austin, Vesic, and 2 engineers. Group 2 had 1 officer, Armitage, a couple of engineers, and stormtroopers. They were to rendezvous back at the docking shaft in 1 hour. Sartoris' group headed out and found a storage bay and had the engineers collect the parts they needed. After a while, Officer Vesic commed Group 2 for a situation report, but the comms just kind of sounded like a strange static, but he did hear the words MedLab, Quadrant 17, and a vat. Group 1 finished salvaging parts, and as they headed back to the hangar, Officer Austin let out a sharp cough.
Yikes.
So while Group 1 was scavenging for parts, Group 2 was out scavenging for some supplies, and Armitage stumbled across a biolab. What he found shocked him. A massive, wall-sized vat filled with clear bubbling gel and dozens of strange pink organisms. To him, it looked like a crossbreeding experiment of some exotic flowers and peeled fruit. But as he got closer, he saw what they actually were. Dozens of sets of human lungs breathing in sync together. They were all hooked up with tubes, one pumping oxygen in and another tube draining gray fluid out and into black tanks that were behind the vat. Armitage stood in awe of this clandestine
that's
experiment
actually
when
genuinely
suddenly
terrifying.
Each set of lungs all started screaming together.
Shut up already!
That was the moment that Vesic was trying to calm Armitage, so the comms weren't distorted by static. Armitage was being drowned out by a cacophony of screams. When he tried to run out of the room, he saw that he had visitors.
I wonder
Group
what
1
kind.
got back to the docking shaft, but Group 2 was nowhere to be found. Sartoris, now annoyed by Austin's bronchial coughing, he assumed Group 2 already went back down to the purge, so they returned to the ship as well. On the ride down, one of the engineers dropped to his knees and vomited, and his skin turned a sickly green color. Once they all reached the purge, Vesic and the other engineer started coughing as well. Sartoris went back to his quarters to sleep, while the others went to medbay to be treated by Zahara Cody and Waste, her 2-1B droid. While Zahara tried to treat them, Vesic started having a violent seizure. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, his skin went gray, and he started shaking so bad that Waste had to hold him down to keep him in his bed. Geysers of blood spewed out of his mouth and all over the droid.
This is
After
Star
that,
Wars,
Zahara
right?
put all 4 patients into a quarantine bubble. A couple
I mean,
hours
this is
passed, and
Star
back then
Wars,
in
right?
Gen Pop, the majority of the
Sounds
inmate population
too brutal to
became
be Star
terribly ill
Wars.
as well. There was screaming and fights throughout the ship. The purge eventually had a nearly 100% infection rate. The medbay quickly filled to capacity, and people died at an alarming rate. Waste ran some tests on the disease and discovered that the cells of the virus could hide themselves within the patients and actually communicate with other cells throughout the body through a process called quorum sensing. The virus would lay dormant until it realized a point where the host wouldn't be able to fight off an infection, and that's when it struck. It wasn't any known disease in the databanks, and biosuits didn't seem to work either. It spread through the air and permeated most materials, seemingly. While Waste was describing all this to Zahara,
it's a
dozens
virus
of
that doesn't
patients
die.
in the infirmary all suffered
awesome.
violent seizures at the same time, screamed, and then died. Zahara was asymptomatic, so she had a blood test done to check if she even had the virus. Sartoris was escorted to quarantine because he was part of the boarding party, and despite him being asymptomatic, he was still forced into the bubble. He knew that the purge was likely a lost cause at this point, so he decided that he'd evacuate the ship before people started hogging all the escape pods. And he knew that only 2 people knew the escape pod codes, Warden Cloth and Vesic. He pinched Vesic's nose shut, torturing him and demanding the codes. He tried to disregard his conscience, killing a fellow officer, saying that Vesic was about to die anyways. Once Sartoris came back clean from the virus, he left quarantine and headed to the warden's office with 2 E11s
Lucky
in
him.
hand. At this point, the staff quarters were littered with dead Imperials. But he walked by them and he got to the office, and Cloth
Me
was on the
after a
ground,
long day at the
laying in
con.
a puddle of blood and gray fluids. Sartoris put a blaster to Cloth's head, and Cloth gave him the escape pod codes. Afterwards, Cloth scolded Sartoris and started reciting Sartoris' psychological results back to him. But he was interrupted when Sartoris blasted his head wide open.
Jeez. Sore loser much?
Gen Pop was silent now, and the place smelled of death. Kale and Trig thought they were the only ones left alive. Trig yelled for help, and then suddenly the bars of every cell opened up. When they walked out, Armis attacked Trig and pinned him down. Kale took a shiv and shoved it through the back of Armis's head and through his mouth,
Ooh.
killing the gang leader.
God, this
While
is
the
brutal
Longo
for
brothers
Star
headed
Wars.
to an elevator shaft to leave Gen Pop, they found a cell with a Wookiee toddler inside, huddled over its dead parents. The dead Wookiees' tongues were swollen with their throats bursted open. The disease apparently had different side effects on different races. The brothers tried to coerce the Wookiee toddler to come with them, but it refused and it stayed with its dead parents to mourn. When the brothers started leaving, they heard the Wookiee child start screaming, followed up by groaning, slurping, and crunching until the screams stopped. Kale and Trig left promptly.
Yeah, that's
Up
your
in
sign to
Med Bay,
run.
The last of Zahara's patients died. In just a few hours, everyone infected was dead. But Waste was able to synthesize an antivirus created from Zahara's immune blood cells. So Zahara took the antivirus and went up to the pilot station to run a bioscan for any survivors to give the antivirus to. It showed 6 life forms. Her in the pilot deck, 1 in admin, Sartoris, 2 in Gen Pop, Kale and Trig, and 2 more at the bottom of the ship, locked in solitary. Blaming herself for failing as the ship's doctor, she was determined to save literally anyone she could. So she took the turbo lift down to solitary.
Bad idea.
She found corpses of a couple guards, one with a note in hand. It was a note to his wife and kids on the planet called Chandrala. She pocketed the note and took a keycard and a blaster set to stun. She went to the solitary cells and
I would set
opened
it to
one.
kill, but you do you.
A Wookiee snarled and charged out at her, but it stopped once it saw the blaster. She opened another cell. The coffin-sized door opened up to a man in his late 20s with dark hair, who asked Zahara, "What's for dinner today?" He asked her to lower the blaster because it's scaring Chewie. It was Han Solo and Chewbacca. They'd apparently been here for
it's
weeks
Han and
since
Chewbacca.
Imperials boarded the Millennium
Damn.
Falcon and impounded the ship and her cargo. They were smuggling on the side, alright? Han coughed sharply as he came out of his cell, and once Zahara felt safe around the two, she put the blaster on the floor, kicked it behind her, and gave Han a shot of the antivirus. Then she injected Chewbacca, who felt immediate, excruciating pain. Not physical, but mental and emotional. He had nightmarish visions and heard
Yikes.
demonic voices in his native tongue of Shriwook, telling him that he'd done horrible things on this ship, eating Wookiee children, killing innocent people. He wanted to feast. Chewie started having distorted flashbacks to his childhood, hearing Life Day songs. He saw faces of his family and his beloved wife Mala melting and grinning at him.
These are the true songs of Life Day. These songs are eat and kill, eat and kill.
Zahara noticed a welt in Chewie's throat start to boil up. She took a syringe and extracted gray fluid from it, clearing up Chewie's throat, and the visions and voices eventually disappeared.
Yikes.
The antivirus had won. They all headed back to the turbo lift
Okay,
to
so
go
now
back up
that
to
we
piloting,
now
and
then know
Zahara
that
noticed that the
Han and
corpses of the
Chewie actually
guards
made it out
weren't there
alive.
anymore,
Cool.
along with Zahara's blaster. They eventually took the turbo lift back up to the infirmary, and the dozens of bodies that previously lined the corridors disappeared there as well. Zahara searched for Waste only to find him completely smashed, spouting gibberish with its damaged servos. Only one sentence seemed clear.
They woke up. They just eat, eat, eat.
Kale and Trig had took the turbo lift up from Gen Pop to the admin level and found an escape pod. They tried to open it up when Sartoris held them up with 2 E11s.
Yeesh.
Sartoris got into the pod with the escape codes and launched off, escaping the purge. Kale and Trig searched for another escape pod and found one while also running into Han, Chewie, and Zahara. They all agreed to work together to escape. They headed up to piloting to release the manual lock on the escape pods when they noticed something on the ship's bioscanner. Hundreds of new life forms started appearing. A bunch of red lights lit up on the 3D hollow map of the purge. The red lights started moving up through the ship at a high speed from Gen Pop, deck by deck through the vents, hallways, and the turbolift shaft, heading directly up to the pilot station. They could hear the rumbling and screaming coming from below them. Apparently, just like the virus hid inside the body and struck when it was at its most virulent, whatever these creatures were doing the same thing, but instead of to a body, they were doing it to the purge. The horde of undead arrived in the piloting station, chasing the group towards the docking shaft. The creatures stampeded behind them like a swarm of insects on the ground, walls, and ceiling. The group ran and shot back at the mass, but it made no difference. They had no choice but to escape up into the derelict Star Destroyer. Once they got to the docking shaft, the Longo brothers looked back and saw their father, Vaughn, with 2 weeks of morgue rot, grinning at his sons menacingly, as if it knew the psychological pain it was currently inflicting on them.
Oh,
Trig
God.
completely froze up at the sight, forcing Kale to run up and toss Trig up into the elevator, and Vaughn managed to dive onto Kale and bite his leg. And for Kale, everything turned gray.
Well, that's tragic.
Kale eventually woke up, and they were in the large, dimly lit hangar of the Star Destroyer. Han, Chewie, and Zahara were coming up with a plan, and Trig was still in shock. The undead from the Purge were still below them, but they had crawled up the docking shaft under the elevator. They were scratching.
What are
and
these, the
breaking their
zombies
teeth
from
on
World
the
War
metal
Z?
below. They decided that Han, Chewie, and Trig would head to the bridge of the Star Destroyer to see if they could get it moving, while Zahara stayed to treat Kale's bite. Trig didn't want to leave Kale behind, but everyone knew that Kale might not make it, and Trig didn't need to see 2 dead relatives in 1 day.
No kidding.
So Han, Chewie, and Trig left, and Zahara extracted some gray matter from Kale's wound. The Grey Goose started to move on its own. It tried to crawl up her arm looking for an entry wound before she destroyed it. When she did, the creatures from below screamed in synchronization from the docking shaft. What Zahara would describe as a precise sine wave, but filled with hatred. Kind of like trigonometry class. The screaming from the shaft below stopped and was responded to by a massive roar coming from deep within the Star Destroyer.
Oh, great. Now there's zombies on both ends.
Han, Chewie, and Trig
nice.
were walking for about
So
20
real
minutes
nice.
when they came upon a stormtrooper helmet hanging from a chain with dried blood, and another helmet on the ground with the mouthpiece ripped off, exposing where the jaw would be. They also came across a bunch of shipping crates labeled Imperial Biological Weapons Division. Inside were red tanks, but some were painted black. The black tanks were full of some liquid that seemed to be moving on its own inside of them.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, a gargantuan roar came from above them in the Durasteel ceiling. The vents broke open, revealing a mass of bodies with black-eyed faces. Stormtroopers, officers, and other Imperials. It was a malevolent, synchronized army of the dead. They poured out of the ceiling and chased the group through a hatch, which they locked behind them. Out in space, Sartoris woke up in his escape pod hours after ejecting from the Purge, and he was actually reflecting on how he left the Longo brothers to die, especially after killing their father as well. He kept trying to rationalize it in his head, and he thought back to his own abusive father, a death stick addict who he'd killed once he turned 16, and then joined the Empire to start a new life. Still trying to justify his actions internally, he noticed the trajectory of his pod was curving. He looked at the viewport and saw a Star Destroyer coming into view. In shocked disbelief, he also saw the Purge, and he surmised that he was somehow being pulled by the Star Destroyer's tractor beam. His pod was pulled up into the hangar and got lodged in between an X-Wing and a TIE fighter. He opened the pod's door,
Literally
and down
stuck
below,
between
he
a
saw
rock
the
and a hard
docking
place.
shaft where he originally came into the Star Destroyer. He also heard blaster fire coming from inside of it. Down below, Zahara and Kale also heard the blaster fire, and they were right next to the shaft. They saw a hole start to burn open from the inside. The creatures from the Purge had learned to use weapons, heavy blasters even, and were using them to burn through. Zahara grabbed Kale and ran. Kale implored her to drop him and let him go, but she refused. And then, a heavy blaster bolt caught Kale in the right back side of his head, blasting it open. His head rolled back, and his left eye looked up at Zahara. Drenched in blood, she dropped him and ran.
That's scary.
The other 3 found themselves at the ship's main power generator, a large cylindrical room with a dark pit. Connected to the generator
Well, on
room
the plus
was a
side, at
large
least he didn't
tunnel
die a
that
zombie.
led all the way back to the hangar. There was a narrow catwalk that hung along the rim of this room, and they had to get across it to get to a turbolift that went up to the bridge. Han and Chewie settled along the catwalk nervously, but Trig was too afraid to go. Reluctantly, Han let Trig stay while they went up to the bridge. While Trig was waiting, he saw Kale down a corridor, and he followed him into a dark room. The door locked behind him. In the middle of the dark room was a colossal mound of half-eaten, rotten corpses and severed limbs that had been dumped in through a trash chute coming from the top of the room. A stormtrooper emerged from the pile and charged at Trig, chasing him around the hill of flesh. The only way out that Trig could see was the chute at the top of the pile, so he started climbing, followed closely by the skittering stormtrooper. Back in the hangar, Sartorius was looking below at all the zombies that had poured out from the purge, and they were looking back up at him. He jumped into the X-Wing cockpit and fired turbo lasers at the zombies, and the X-Wing recoiled backwards, slamming into the Imperial Sentinel shuttle. Zombies started climbing onto the X-Wing, so Sartorius jumped out, got onto the Imperial shuttle, and fell into the hatch. When he looked up, he saw that he was surrounded by 4 emaciated Imperial officers. Commander Gorister was the leader here, and he revealed to Sartorius that 10 weeks ago, this Star Destroyer, Vector, was sent by Lord Vader to deliver experimental weapons to a testing base. At some point, an experimental weapon leaked. Unknown if it was an accident or a secret controlled experiment, the infection began. Their scientists tried to examine it and learn about it before it spread, but they couldn't stop it. Some Imperials were immune, and they synthesized an antivirus, which the crew on board this shuttle had taken. While Gorister told this story, they noticed that the zombies outside were shooting the shuttle, but eventually stopped. They started looking for another way in. The Purge zombies and Star Destroyer zombies started to mix together, and they were screaming back and forth to each other, synchronizing their information.
They're
Gorister
communicating.
revealed that his crew in the shuttle originally consisted of about 30 men. Over the past 10 weeks, they had all been drawing straws to see who would get eaten for survival. The group was about to tackle Sartorius when the shuttle got rocked from the outside. The undead had gotten into the X-Wing themselves and shot the shuttle after seeing Sartorius do it.
I don't like
used
that
the
they
distraction
brought
to fight off the
zombies
men,
with
opened the
sentience.
hatch, and threw
That's
Commander
horrifying.
Gorister into the undead horde below, starting
He's
a
like,
bloody feast.
"All right,
One
your
of
turn."
The Imperial men, White, begged for his life and agreed to pilot the shuttle for Sartorius if Sartorius could disable the tractor beam. Sartorius agreed and told the remaining men to stay put while he headed to the bridge to turn off the tractor beam. Still using the distraction of Commander Gorister getting eaten by a bunch of undead, Sartorius jumped down, barged through a bunch of undead, and found the hover lift that he originally saw when he came onto the Star Destroyer. He was only one person, so now he could use it. That's when he felt something was off. He looked down, and his leg had been bitten.
Oh, frick.
Zahara had ran through the Star Destroyer for who knows how long at this point. She stumbled across a medical research lab. She found corpses hooked up to black tanks, as if somebody was collecting the gray fluid that was coming out of them. Then she was attacked by an undead researcher. She stabbed the zombie with a nearby syringe on the floor, which miraculously had an antivirus in it. The zombie had a strange moment of clarity. It grabbed the syringe out of its head and started scratching a word on the floor. Blackwing. After that, Zahara decided to find a workstation and look for clues related to that phrase. There was a 21B droid nearby that assisted her in locating the nearest workstation and gave her directions to the hangar control room. Back to Han and Chewie, they were still crossing the catwalk in the massive generator room, and when they looked down into the dark pit, they actually noticed movement. There were thousands of undead in the pit of the power turbine, likely a large chunk of the original Star Destroyer crew. The undead looked up and screamed at the sight of them, and then pulled out blasters and started shooting up at them. Han and Chewie finally got off the catwalk and took the turbo lift up to the bridge. Nearly every panel on the bridge was completely smashed, but Han managed to find a working one. He got the Star Destroyer to tilt and move, but the hyperdrive wasn't accessible. In a side room from the bridge, Chewie found a Wookiee child prisoner from the Purge, with a lump in their throat and a long, lumpy tongue. As Chewie approached it, the child rushed over to a hatch and opened it, and out jumped 3 undead Wookiees covered in blood and gray matter. Han killed 3 of them with his blaster, but the young Wookiee jumped on Han's back, about to bite him. After some hesitation, Chewie finally shot the child down to save Han.
Yikes.
Back downstairs, Trig was still crawling through the vents with the stormtrooper right behind him. Trig came to an opening in the vent, a dead end, that emptied out right into the circular generator room from before. Trig looked behind him and the stormtrooper's helmet slid off. It was Kale, but with the right half of his head completely obliterated. Kale had the same menacing stare that Von Longo did back when they escaped the Purge. Trig froze up in fear and was about to be bitten by Kale, but he finally snapped out of it. Trig put his knees up and launched Kale behind him out the vent and into the pit. As Kale fell into the pit, the thousands of zombies looked up and screamed, shooting their blasters at Trig, causing him to fall. Trig barely grabbed onto the catwalk and was hanging there, when another zombie came out from the vent, jumped out, and grabbed onto Trig's leg. It was the old gang leader, Miss. Even in death, he still wanted revenge. Back at the hangar, Zahara made it to the control room. There was a window where she could look down on the hangar, and it was swarming with zombies, and surmised that the tractor beam was on somehow. She went to a nearby console and entered a password, Blackwing. This gave her administrative access, so that's a pretty terrible password. She tried to turn off the tractor beam, but saw that someone else had actually recently turned it off. She then accessed an entry log, Imperial Bioweapon Project 171A, Galactic Virus Dissemination and Distribution Algorithm, classified top secret, status in progress. The words distribution algorithm stuck out to her. As she looked back down in the hangar, the thousands of undead were all over the captured ships. They were learning how to pilot them and were even packing the black tanks full of gray liquid into the ships. It seemed like they were preparing another viral attack on a new host, the rest of the galaxy. She looked over and saw some undead moving an X-Wing to aim up at her in the control room, and it fired its turbo lasers. Han and Chewie took the lift down from the bridge and back to the generator room. They saw Trig hanging onto the catwalk with Miss hanging onto his leg, and then Trig fell. But suddenly, Trig slammed onto a hover lift as Miss went tumbling into the pit. It was Sartoris piloting. Sartoris had been there disabling the tractor beam, and when he saw Trig in trouble, he reacted to save him, which shocked even himself. Then he went to go pick up Han and Chewie to escape. But the four of them on that hover lift surpassed the weight limit, and they started descending into the pit of zombies. While Han and Chewie tried to shoot down at the zombies who were shooting up at them, Sartoris told Trig about the people in the Imperial shuttle in the hangar, and when they got there to ask for the officer, White. He also told Trig that Von Longo was a good man, unlike himself, and revealed that he was bitten and already sick. After that, Sartoris hoisted himself over the handrail and threw himself into the swarm of undead below. After that, the lift was able to fly upwards again, and Trig flew the hoverlift through the concourse tunnel back to the hangar, over a river of zombies. When they got to the hangar, there was no sign of Zahara, and it was swarmed with zombies. They looked up and saw the hangar control room was completely ablaze. Trig flew them up there and looked for Zahara. All he found was a feminine hand sticking out from the rubble, dead. They located the Sentinel shuttle that Sartoris told them about, and it was already taking off. So Trig piloted over, and they all jumped onto the shuttle, climbing into the hatch. They met the Imperial survivors, who revealed that White wasn't there anymore. He went up to the hangar control room to try to save the woman who was up there. He was inspired by Sartoris, who turned off the tractor beam to save them. The zombies outside opened the hangar doors, packing their bodies into all of the captured ships, and flew away from the destroyer in every direction. Han got into the pilot seat and punched it, leaving the hangar bay of the destroyer as well. While Han calibrated the hyperdrive, a zombie snuck out from a hidden compartment on the shuttle and bit both of the remaining Imperials to death. The zombie had been waiting weeks and weeks for the right moment to strike, a calling card of how this virus likes to operate. Han, Chewie, and Trig didn't have their blasters on hand, and when the zombie lunged at them in the cockpit, a blaster bolt came from the back of the shuttle and struck the zombie down. It was Zahara Cody. As it turns out, the dainty hand that Trig saw in the hangar control room was White's, not Zahara's. White sacrificed himself to save her. The zombie was on the ground writhing in pain on the floor, almost crying. They deduced that when the virus was too far from the horde, it couldn't survive. The zombies were trying to reproduce gray fluids and packing them inside the ships for this reason, to sustain themselves and feel like the horde was nearby long enough to get to civilization and reproduce. The group looked outside the shuttle's viewports and saw that the ships the zombies had taken were already spiraling out of control, crashing into each other or veering off with no semblance of piloting anymore. The infected were finally dying off. And while Han showed Trig some piloting controls, Zahara revealed the name that White gave to the Sentinel ship. Freebird.
That's ironic.
2 days later, they landed on a planet called Galantos, where Han sold the free bird to Black Hammer pirates, and they all split the money evenly. They all sat down at a tap cafe and discussed their futures, trying to ignore what they just went through. Han and Chewie would go off and search for the impounded Millennium Falcon and try to win it back in some Imperial auction. Zahara took Trig for a trip to the planet Chandra-La. The two headed there and went to a farm town of the dead Purge officer's family that Zahara found a note on. She gave his wife the note, who ended up in tears. She offered Zahara and Trig to come inside for some tea, and that is where our story ends.
Pretty interesting, actually.
The account was run by a stormtrooper, TK-329, stationed aboard the Star Destroyer Vector. These tweets gave a narrative build-up to something horrible breaking out on the ship, all from the perspective of a promising, young stormtrooper who hoped to become a Red Guard one day. There were also a number of letters that were sent to Star Wars fan sites to hype up Death Troopers.
So they tried to make it sort of like an ARG, to make it something like to hype up the game, the story, I would say. Well, that is pretty interesting. But what's more interesting is that all of this is because it's an excuse for me to try out 2 fan games based on Death Troopers. And Stefano Cagnani made these 2 completely by himself as far as I know. And I'm pretty interested in this. Now, here's the thing, folks. When it comes to playing games that were on itch.io, I'm usually careful about them because not only are some very buggy and can't really work, but there are also some that might end up getting some people in trouble with some DMCA kind of stuff. I mean, again, this is all fiction. This is all fan work. You can... It's not like they're getting a lot of stuff out of this. So, maybe this will be okay. So, before we can get to the main event that is Eternal Darkness, why don't we take a quick look at these 2, shall we? Now, let me see if it'll capture as a thing. I can never tell with some of these games. Oh, there we go. So, I don't know where in the story this is supposed to take place. I think it's sort of its own thing.
I'm almost there. I found the Star Destroyer.
I have been planning on trying to play some Star Wars games for you guys in the near future, but I haven't really picked a date on when to do that. It actually looks pretty well designed for a fan game, not gonna lie. It looks pretty good.
It's terribly damaged. The lights are off. It seems abandoned. I get closer. I try to dock in the lower hatch.
I'm sorry, I get closer? Okay, I'm not trying to be, like, rude or anything, but I think it's clear that, this guy, English isn't his first language, is what I'm trying to get at. So maybe that was, like, a lost in translation kind of thing, but I'm not going to hold it against it. It's a little slow.
Something serious has happened. I proceed to inspect the corridors.
Yeah, you do that, pal. It's a little slow, but not too bad. I'm running this on a 1050 Ti, so it's not like you're gonna expect a whole lot of quality here. Oh, I think we found a zombie. Kind of stunned by the level of detail they put into this. Good start. Good start. Well, let's see what we got ourselves, shall we? Kind of excited for this, too. If you guys aren't interested, I will put a link later on in the chat where you can support the artist for his fan creations. Explore the corridors. Cool. Was to move, mouse tame, and shoot. Got it. Wait, I don't have ammo. I mean, God. The lighting on this is actually pretty neat. Not gonna lie, it looks really good. Now the big question is, because I'm a stormtrooper, does that mean I have terrible aim? How you doing, buddy? Oh, I'm on the lift, I guess. It's quiet. Too quiet. I like how he just stood there and then was like, I didn't just see that, did I? What? What do you mean survive as long as I can? Okay, oh God. This might not be the best place to stand for holding my ground. I have to survive 4 minutes of this? Are you insane? Also, why is my laser purple? Oh, for frick's sake, you made it an overheating. Why? I can't tell if that's me or if I'm just being stupid. Okay, this is a fan game, so I'm assuming that there's some bugs in this, which is exactly why I didn't plan on streaming this game in particular. I'm afraid that if I get any closer, those zombies might actually latch onto me. I guess those ones don't count. But also, how do I tell if I'm overheating or not? Smooth bursts. Did something go on with my OBS? I can't tell. Man, this is easy. You mean to tell me all I had to do is just stand over here and I would be alright? If I'd known that, I would have done this a lot sooner. Wait, what? What happened to the timer? It said I had 1 second, but now I have more than a minute. Ah, what's going on here? I don't know if this is OBS or the game, but something's going on because everything's like flickering. I think this game might actually be cursed. Oh god, please reload. Am I still out of ammo? Ah, there's so many of them. Why are they stopping, though? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Don't tell me he got infected too. Oh God. Okay, that's one way to make a statement, I guess. I mean, Jesus, feasties. I feel like there were better ways to kill me than that. Oh, they also have like a nightmare mode. I guess that's like their version of like a horde mode or something like that. But anyway, not bad. Like, and pretty interesting. Like, it's clear that there's some bugs that they didn't really polish out, but I'm not going to hold it against them. As far as I know, they're using like their own version of like the Unreal Engine 5, which, you know, take it with a grain of salt. They also released a chapter 2, so I'm going to assume it's about as short as that one. So why not? Let's just take a look at it. Take a look. Take a look. What's the worst that can happen? Oh. Does it not like it when I'm... Okay, there we go. I think I got it now. I'm kind of liking the sort of sepia tone that it's going for. Like that faded film grain. Oh, this time I'm a scout trooper. I'm going to assume this takes place on Endor. I did hear that the story does take place before episode 4. So it's kind of like a side story. Okay. Well, this is definitely setting a tone. Something tells me that I'm not welcome here. I'm dead. And that's a game. Okay. Well, thank you for telling me in. Like and subscribe, and... Nah, I'm just kidding. It's a prologue. It's very quiet. Oh, there's like a TIE fighter that's like struggling. Oop, it's blown up. That definitely looks like it's seen better days. Looks like it's just barely holding on. Alright, pretty cool.
The craft is severely damaged. You are heading towards the H-16 square space grid, Ardell sector.
Ooh. I think I already went to impact. I guess they didn't have it in the budget to show us an actual crash.
Irreversible damage. Primary circuits okay. Negative motor functions. Irreversible damage. Primary circuits okay. Negative motor functions. I can communicate, I can't move. I'm sorry, but I can guide you.
Great. Looks like I'm on my own then. Alright, well.
Signs are okay. You're still alive. Welcome to Eden, the forested moon of the gas giant Tanner.
Great. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Threats to the Empire, 0.
Cool.
I think my whole body is broken. I can only move my head. I'll guide you. I did a mapping of the area.
Is that a kick? Let's see, was.
Finding a shelter. Outpost 535 is nearby. The large antenna is capable of transmitting into space. I don't detect any signs of life. The whole area looks empty.
Well, guess I better run some. Looks like a down AT-ST. Well, definitely not using that. Is this really all I got is that dinky little kick? You know, there was a Star Wars fighting game on PlayStation. I could tell you it was interesting, but that'd be a lie. I'm kind of stunned by this fluid animation here. Oh. Okay. Buddy, are you a friend? Please tell me you're friendly. He's just like, okay, just slowly move. Don't be an idiot. Just slowly move. Awkwardly. Silently. Nothing of note. Oh shit, are the Ewoks infected too? Oh fuck, the Ewoks are infected. Oh no. The Space Bears are... The Space Bears have been turned into zombies. Not the Space Bears. Well, he's obviously not gonna need that gun. I better grab it while the getting's good. What is that run? Oh. Oh, God. I like how the blood mapping moves with its body. That's really good soundtrack, actually. Okay. Whoa! Ow.
Very strange. I don't detect any living life forms, but I can see from your helmet that these guys aren't dead.
Hey. Alright. Got myself a gun. Wait, what was the score? What happened? I was trying to pause it. Was escape like... Oh no, was escape... Did escape literally mean escape? That's... You mean to tell me you didn't think to give me a pause button? Come on. Alright, well, start all over again, I guess. Here we go again. I hope it'll let me skip some of the cutscenes, because as much as I like it, it's a little inconvenient. I like how they show the incomplete Star Destroyer in the background, so I guess it takes place before episode 6. The cutscenes are unskippable. Great. That's just what I wanted. Well, on the plus side, if you're just joining, you get to enjoy this now. I guess a lot of them read the script of episode 6 and decided might as well get it over with. I like the Evil Dead shot. That was pretty cool. No skip button. Okay. Well, that's dumb. Like, how do they expect you to pause? I don't know. I mean, you could say it was my fault for assuming that they would have the same controls as every other game. But I mean, come on. This is like punishing someone for not being able to play poker and not knowing what the cards do. You know, that really helps me none, if I'm being honest.
Your vital signs are okay. You're still alive. Welcome to Enter.
Yeah, still alive. Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Local population Ewoks. Threats to the Empire, 0. I think my own body is broken. I can only move my head. I'll guide you. I did a mapping of the area. I suggest finding a shelter. Outpost 535 is nearby. The large antenna is capable of transmitting into space. I don't detect any signs of life. The whole area looks empty.
I should probably talk about something positive. I mean, for an Unreal Engine game, it looks pretty neat. The grain filter kind of throws me off, and I bet if I had a better graphics card, this would probably run a little smoother. But it's not bad, so to speak. I think you can probably get this running if you have a decent graphics card. Yeah, I tried every button. There's no skipping any of these cutscenes. I just wanted to see if there was like a manual that I could pull up is all. Yeah. I'm gonna have to shoot the space bears, aren't I? Whoa! I can't get over that run. I don't know why it cracks me up. It just does. Ow. I don't know how I missed that. I bet if he took off that helmet, it was Norman Reedus the whole time. He was in this game the whole time.
Any living life forms, but I can see from your helmet that these guys aren't dead.
Let's see, reload and rat. Got it. But wait, how do I take my gun out if I wanna shoot? H. Damn it. Hold on, I gotta be right back. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry about that. Okay. Jeez. Still can't figure it out. There's gotta be something that I'm not looking at. Nope, I can't find any manual. Okay, I don't know if there's like a bug that I triggered that I didn't know of, but I can't seem to figure out how to play this game without continuously screwing myself over and putting the gun away when I was just picking up more ammo. It's a little strange. How much time have I wasted? A little over 2 hours. Alright, I'm gonna give it one more try, but this is the last try, alright? Because I've already put too much time into this. This was supposed to be like a bite-sized piece, and it's a little more than a bite-size right now. So, note to self, don't touch the escape button. The escape button doesn't exist. It's not there. I don't even know what the escape button does. The escape button is not there. Okay, so how about this? Strategy. I pick up the clips first, and then I get the gun. This would be so much easier if I could figure out how to skip the cutscenes. I don't know why they didn't include that option, but here we are. I will say this much, though. It's better than most Star Wars games as there are right now. I tried the demo for Star Wars Outlaws. It's not exactly what I had hoped it to be. And you know what? That's fine. I just hope this encourages the folks at EA to actually make a good Star Wars game. God knows we need one. Like, I know there was like the other ones out there, the first two with Cal Everyman. But those don't count. Those are more like Dark Souls Star Wars, so that doesn't really count. Alright. This is my last attempt. If I can't figure out how to get around them this time, that's gonna be it. Because I wasted too much time on this. This was supposed to be just a one and done thing, sort of lead up to the main event, and it turned out to be something else. And again, I apologize for that. That's more my dumbass for not testing any of these out first. And, well, that's just how the ball rolls. I will say this much, though. I hope this encourages other people to try their hand in game development. I probably wouldn't use the Unreal Engine 5 if I can help it. But, you know, sometimes you can do with what you got. I don't even know how long this one is. It's like a small chapter. Speaking of Star Wars related content, not too long ago I actually found someone made a mod for Helldivers 2 to add like Star Wars stuff into it. Actually looks pretty cool. And honestly, that probably could have been what Battlefront could have been. I'm looking at UAA. You probably can't see behind the screen, but I'm giving you a gesture. Two gestures that signify exactly how I feel. And you're lucky you can't see it right now because it's very offensive.
You're still alive. Welcome to Ender, the forested moon of the gas giant Tanner. Local population Ewoks. Threats to the Empire, 0.
Yeah, they say that, but wait until episode 6.
I think my whole body is broken. I can only move my head. I'll guide you. I did a mapping of the area.
Why is it moving in slow-mo now? What's going on?
I suggest finding a shelter. Outpost 535 is nearby. The large antenna is capable of transmitting into space.
What is going on? Now I'm running in super slow motion.
I don't detect any signs of life. The whole area looks empty.
Oh. Apparently I found the slow-mo button by accident. This is a fan project. This is a fan project, so I'm not gonna dock it. I'm not gonna dock that. That's just what I get for me and my curious dumbass for finding out what everything does. I like how they give me full range and control of the camera. I just hope that the developer will at least take some ideas on, like, maybe adding some features like a pause button and maybe some clear instructions and controller remapping. Like, again, this is all a fan project. I'm not gonna dock it for what it is, but I'm just gonna let you guys know now that if you decide to try this on your own, which you should, like, you really should, because like the creator actually is only charging $1.50 for this. So for $1.50, you can get games like this. Bullet. I don't think it was because of the zombies. I think it was because he read the scripts to the sequel trilogy. I'm just gonna say this right now. What kind of a stormtrooper doesn't carry his own gun with him? Alright, let's try that again. I don't think they can see with those helmets.
Very strange. I don't detect any living life forms, but I can see from your helmet that these guys aren't dead.
Alright. I'm not gonna take the gun, I'm gonna take the ammo first. I'm then gonna grab the gun. And now I am going to let them have it. Time for me to get the hell out of Dodge. Nope. Did he just say help? It sounded like they're saying help. At least they can't climb. Oh, headshots do extra damage. Which is logical. Alright, I just need to have my gun on me at all times. Sorry, blaster. A blaster is a type of gun, right? This is probably the most accurate a stormtrooper has been, huh? Oh god! I didn't even see that happen. Ah. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. We're just gonna go by the Resident Evil logic. Only fight when you have to. Go to ATST. Oh, it's Q. Oh. Okay, it's Q. Got it. I was stupid. I didn't even know that was the button. Well, here's the ATST. For those who are still alive, 3578.
Could that be a code? 3578.
Oh god. Ah, fuck, I forgot that was a railing. I am already running out of ammo. That is not a great sign. And they were being so generous, too. Of course, I have to do everything by hand now. Well, this is no better! You know what? I think it was probably safer outside. It's a laser pistol. How does it run out of ammo? AA batteries? Well, howdy, partner. You know, I think these things run on their own battery supply, but I have no idea. Dude, what are you even waiting for? Shoot that guy. Wait, was there someone waiting for me? Guy, right behind you. Oh, and there goes my gun, huh? I dropped my gun.
I've been researching what's going on here. I think it's the same thing that happened to the crew of the Imperial ship, Purge. It's very interesting. Due to a breakdown, the ship is forced to stop. They find an abandoned Star Destroyer, the Vector, and decide to inspect it for spare parts. The Vector was completely deserted and seemingly destroyed, and inside was a threat far greater than anyone expected. A virus.
Wow, thanks for the exposition.
They all died. But in reality, none of them were dead for long. They all came back to life as beasts thirsting for human flesh. The ship was found sometime later by a lone explorer who unfortunately did not return. Now the ship should be adrift here in the Outer Rim. The virus is spreading, and it's here too.
Great. So, what do we do about it? Also, howdy partner, welcome on in, hope you enjoy your stay. A stormtrooper got snuck up by a zombie. Yep. Boy, you would think these stormtroopers would, learn some better CQC. Ow, ow, ow. I could really use a gun right about now. Oh, crap. All I got to defend myself is this dinky little kick. I'm just gonna close that. And the stupid body is getting in my way. Was that even a place that I needed to go through? I couldn't tell. Would you mind moving a little bit, pal? Just scoot over. I just need like a few more inches, if you don't mind. Oh, okay, I'm dead. Much like cops in any galaxy, they have trouble to fight people who can shoot back. Or hit back, yeah.
I think it's the same thing that happened to the crew of the Imperial ship, Purge. It's very interesting. Due to a breakdown, the ship is forced to stop. They find an abandoned Star Destroyer, the Vector, and decide to inspect it for spare parts. The Vector was completely deserted and seemingly destroyed, and inside was a threat far greater than anyone expected. A virus. The whole crew was infected. They all died. But in reality, none of them were dead for long. They all came back to life as beasts thirsting for human flesh. The ship was found sometime later by a lone explorer who unfortunately did not return. Now the ship should be adrift here in the Outer Rim. The virus is spreading, and it's here too.
Is that right? Oh, there was a door over here that I didn't see. Okay. He was right behind me, just letting you guys know now. So what's the equivalent of the Spencer Mansion in this game? Or is this it? Well, this is on Endor. This is in one of their little bases. I suppose if we're going off of what we know about Resident Evil and their design, I think the equivalent of the Spencer estate would probably be the original Star Destroyer that the virus was in, the Purge. So maybe that would be it. But it looks like this is taking place like sometime after the event, so guess not. Ah, the assault rifle of the Stormtrooper, the E11. That's more like it. Normally, in these kind of games, they would want you to have a little ow, 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 ow. I was burned to death by steam. Steam killed me. That seems to check out. Was there also a shipbuilder who designed the interior where you needed to solve slide puzzles to unlock the doors? Please! Let's not talk about that. I don't want to talk about it. If I have to see one more slide puzzle, I'm gonna puke. Oh, for frick's sakes. Alright, you see that? That is how you're supposed to shoot, guys. I don't know what's so hard about that. You're making it seem harder than it needs to be. See? You just take aim and fire. Like that. See how easy that is? I can hear them, but I can't see them. I know they're there. I know they're fucking with me. Steam kills a lot of under-spec PCs every day. This guy ain't special. And how? Can't open that. I can open this, though. I don't know why I have to holster my weapon every time I get something. But here we are. I'm gonna do what most people should do. That was not gas, that was steam.
Suggest turning on the electrical current. The computers at this outpost could be useful for calling for help.
Great idea. But I think you're mistaking me for an engineer. I think they're right behind that door. I'm actually kind of stunned by the amount of lighting this game has. This guy also apparently worked on a Dino Crisis 2 remake, which I don't know how or why Capcom hasn't paid this guy to release it for them. I feel like that's something that could be done. I have a feeling that as soon as I open these doors, I'm going to be bombarded by zombies. So what if the gas leak is making your MC hallucinate the space zombies? Don't give me a Mandela effect idea that it's too early in the morning for this. I know that was unnecessary, but that was for me. Let's say it is a hallucination. This will be one really specific hallucination. Oh, it's this. Ah, there we go.
Ports are now unlocked. Good job.
Now the big question is, do I want these doors unlocked? You guys have some real hostility issues, you know that? Ugh. Looks like this guy got ahead of the game.
If you get close to the computer, I can connect.
1 second. Okay.
Stand by. I tried to communicate with the nearest command center.
Please do.
I found a connection. It's a base on Kefber, one of the moons nearby. There's a lot of interference.
For those of you just tuning in, mobs of what have been described as bloodied corpses have been seen marching throughout downtown. Reports of walking dead
Homer,
coming in from around
you're just
the
zombie
tri-state
Flanders.
area.
Flanders was a zombie?
And lock your doors. Do not trust anybody.
That's funny.
Folks, please bring whatever supplies you can. We are in dire need of food, water,
Reminded me of that Treehouse of Horror for some reason. That's funny.
and ammunition during these trying times. Evacuation efforts to the City of the Living are well underway. We have a situation here at the Jared Smith Theater. Please, anyone coming here should be extremely... Angela!
Nothing to do. All the lines are busy. They all seem to be talking about the same thing. The virus is spreading. I unlocked the door for you. Beyond it, you will find a hangar. I hope there is an aircraft that works.
I would hope. Let me guess, as soon as I step out that hangar, I'm gonna be surrounded by zombies. Wait, why did you... Oh god. I hate it when I'm right. Ow, ow, ow. Why did they take my gun as soon as I entered the next level? That is like the... What a bunch of bull. What a bunch of bull load of bull. I do not like that. So, well, where do I go from here? Wait, where do I go? There doesn't seem to be anything in here. Was I not supposed to survive this? Oh, okay, it just took a while for the cutscene to load. I get it now. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. I was... They didn't expect a guy like me to be playing this game. They didn't expect me to actually have good aim.
My radio is damaged further. I don't know if we will be able to communicate much longer. I'm a wreck. Can you hear me? I can't detect your vital signs anymore. I repeat, are you there? Don't leave me alone here. I'm dying.
I hate to tell you this, buddy, but I think I'm dead. Well, that was something. What that was, you know already. So that was neat. So let me see. I liked the atmosphere. The design was good. There were a few things that were a little annoying about it, but not too bad. But anyway, that was a neat little distraction. I thought the reveal was going to be that DD5R1 isn't a human but a recording or some shit. Oh well. Yeah, oh well. Well, anyways, that was a neat little distraction. I think we might play more games by this guy down the road. So if you guys are interested, let me send you a link to Steven Games Studios, which he has his own itch.io. This is where the game is at, and a lot of his games are actually for free. So he's been doing a lot of all this stuff as himself, which is pretty cool, actually, that he was able to pull all of this out. And he's got, like, remakes of retro games, games based off of, like, movies. He's got stuff, like, from Halloween, Nosferatu, The Thing, Cannibal Holocaust, Aliens, even, like, lesser-known movies, like 47 Meters Below. So he's got, like, some really good stuff here. So go check him out, give him some support, and maybe give him so much money that he might do a Chapter 3 release. Well, anyways, now that we've gotten through that segment, we're going to get ourselves ready for the main game of the whole stream and the whole point of it. So we're going to take a little bit of an intermission as we get ourselves ready. So, get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom and get some chores done. We'll be back in just a moment. Alright, and we're back. Hopefully I'm a little refreshed. Got a little bit of coffee in me, a little bit of water. I'm good to go. Now, I can tell you right now, having a GameCube controller in my hands feels a little weird. Not really used to this thing. So, we'll see how this goes. And hopefully I don't biff it. So without further ado, let us check out and see if we can get this game to run. I hope we can.
Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting.
Very poetic. Whoa, whoa, big monster.
Nintendo.
That logo is gonna haunt me in my sleep. I just know it.
You too will come to understand fear as I have.
Silicon Knights. I really love that company, and I love Legacy of Kain. So we'll see what happens. Wow, Dolby surround sound. Amazing. Now we're gonna get really immersed. Wait, I gotta turn the lights off. Gotta make it spoopy. Okay, now it's extra spooky. So I got a Roman centurion, I guess. And we got a big naked guy. Well, this is quite the elaborate scene. I think some planets just blew up in the sun. An altar of some sort. Eternal darkness. Sanity's requiem. Wait, why isn't it not reading my controller? Hold on. Let me check something really quick. Hold on. Why is it not reading my controller? I thought this is what I get for buying stuff online. Okay, let's see. Okay, now it's reading it. There we go. Let's see. Or wait, was it? I just had it. What's going on? Okay, there we go. There. That should do it.
Flesh. Bone.
Flesh. Bone.
Bound together with the oddest magical incantation. This wretched book is where it all began so long ago. Before time. Before humanity.
Before Twitter.
I am Dr. Edward Roivas. I am a clinical psychologist. I am also dead.
Convenient.
This is not my story, nor even the story of the Roivas family. It is the story of humanity. Like it or not, believe it or not, as you will.
All right.
Your perceptions will not change reality, but simply color it.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Humanity has been on the edge of extinction for 2 millennia.
Now, where have I heard that
Ignorant
one
of so
before?
much, and dependent on so few. The Guardians grow restless.
The who?
Their time once again near. Whether by fate or misfortune, my family has crossed their path, and they didn't take kindly to it. Their attention turns to my granddaughter, for she is the last of my line, and the last hope for humanity.
I hate to tell you guys this, but I think humanity is fucked if it's all resting on my shoulders. Just putting that out right now. Wait, what's going on? Ah! What the hell was that? Why am I sepia toned? Oh, they can infight? Convenient. Did I win? Oh, it stutters a little bit.
Remember me, Alex?
I can't say I do. Should I? Alright, who calls me at 3 in the morning? Freaking creatures of the night.
Hello?
Miss Alexandra Roivas?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Inspector LeGrasse of the Rhode Island Police. I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's been an accident with your grandfather.
I'll be on the next flight out.
Well, that was fast. Hey, that's my trench coat.
Ah, Miss Roivas. I'm pleased to meet you. I trust you had a pleasant trip?
Yes, I suppose so, considering.
Yes, my condolences. This is most unpleasant. It's a shame we couldn't meet under brighter circumstances.
Yes, it is. Can we get this over with, please?
Of course. This way. But I must warn you, it's not a pleasant sight.
Come on, how bad could it really be?
I'm afraid there's not much to see.
Oh!
Miss Roivas, is that your grandfather, Edward?
Yes, it's him. He's wearing our family ring. I don't understand. Why are you showing me this? Can't you check dental records or something? What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It's my job, lady. You're the only living relative, and no, we can't check dental records. There's no head. None of this makes
no
sense.
Head?
There's no sign of intrusion, and there was certainly a lot of force used here. I have never seen anything like this in my 20 years on the force. We have no evidence except for the body, and what's left doesn't say much. Ugh, we don't have a single clue.
Well, you better find out who did this. I am not leaving Rhode Island until you do. There must be some clue in this old mansion revealing what happened. I want answers.
So do I.
I wish I had some.
2 weeks later. Shot by her grandfather's mysterious death and frustrated at the incompetence of the local police, Alex vows to uncover the truth. She decides to search the mansion, the place where Edward conducted his research. If there was a tie to his past, and possibly a tie to his murderer, it would be here. So here's the game. Kind of stunned by this animation. Let's see. Use. This function allows manipulation of the inventory items within the current room. Allows the current use of a character ready at a weapon. Allows examination of objects within the inventory. Press L or R to allow switching back and forth between sections. Okay. Last week, rays of sunshine fly out of the shroud of darkness, and lends an eerie feeling to the last few weeks' events. As the sun sets, Alex will be alone in this house, with nothing but the spirits of old for company. Very grim. Very grim indeed. So that's the sneak button. Oh, I can throw a punch. Just got one hell of a right cross. Key to the second floor. Looks worn and old. Don't know why the controls aren't working. Oh, that's why I forgot to turn them on. That's weird. Let's see. Well, they gave us a map screen. That's nice. Let's see. Before we go to the second floor, let's check everything else. A beautiful carriage clock. The hands appear to be struck, and yet the clock continues to tick. with the time permanently set to 3:33. There is a key for the back of the clock, presumably for winding it. Should Alex look at the key? Alex picks up the desk clock and pulls out the key from it. However, there's something odd about the key. This isn't for winding it at all. It looks like a dresser key. Ah. For a dresser, huh? Very Lovecraftian, for sure. Let's check this door. Some sort of a library, it seems. Wow. Look at all these books. I'm guessing her grandfather didn't really have much free time. The warm glow of candlelight, the Roivas family tree hangs from the wall. Shadows flicker across the surface, obscuring the detail. If one looks closely, the family secrets are revealed. I don't see it. Also, why does every other character in these kind of movies have to look like Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Sorting through their books, Alex sees one that seems to be placed differently than all the others, as if drawing attention to itself. Curious, she examines it. Upon the inside cover, shaking, handwriting shapes the numbers 333. She replaces the book. So there's something about 333 that connects to all of this. So this is like a ready function. It's cool. What, I can't read it? I thought it was something I could read. The glooming grandfather clock seems to stand ominously in the corner, gazing on the empty room with almost particular air. Use the analog sticks to adjust the clock hands. Should I adjust the clock hands? Okay. Let's see what happens when we do it to... Aha! Oh, secret room. What is it with these mansions and secret compartments? I swear, rich people have way too much free time on their hands. Whoa. A study. Is that the Necronomicon? I hope not. A small shrine of candles. Their placement appear to be very deliberate, matching the etchings on the table and the wall's illustration. Candles are unlit. An ancient Roman weapon, a gladius, is displayed above the fireplace mantle. Another token of excellic junk. What do you mean excellic junk? This is as classic of a sword as you can get. Before there was the rapier, the bastard sword, or the katana, there was this. And you know what? It was a workhorse weapon. Much more civilized weapon during a much more civilized time. Although, to be fair, the Romans were known for very uncivilized things back then, but that's for another time. Looks like some kind of mask. The face is serene with composure, with a faint hint of a smile tugging at the corners of the mouth and eyes, closed in deep meditation. A Buddha statue, perhaps? A large leather-bound antique book rests upon the cluttered desk. Should Alex read the book? Why do I have the feeling this is going to end badly?
I had no knowledge of what was to come, nor did I care. How the knowledge changed me, it will also change you. As you read this, you will come to learn fear as I have. You too will come to understand, or you will perish. To think that once I could not see beyond the veil of our reality. To see those who dwell behind.
I'm the chosen
My life now has purpose,
one.
for I have learned the frailty of flesh and bone.
Ancient Persia,
I was
26
once
BC.
a fool. Viris quies candam est, viris conservandi. Facusatis aquae sumat, et animus eorum confirma. Pupna huis, dia sit modo prima multarum, si inceptum conficiamus.
Quam primum, Centurio Augustus. I would like to compliment you once more on your battle tactics. Our enemies did not have a chance.
Wait, what?
Do you believe that it really exists, Centurion?
I do not doubt our Emperor's beliefs. Or
So
his
wait,
orders.
why did he
But if
speak
we are to
Latin and
retrieve
then
the
he
artifact,
immediately went to
then
English?
we must be strong and patient.
What was that intentional or not? I do not want to. I'm gonna get attacked, aren't I? Oh boy. I'm dead. What just happened? And why am I moving at 2 FPS? The dice on the floor is finely crafted, inlaid with golden gems that Pius can't identify. A strong linear design is situated in the middle, and it's equally unknown to the Roman soldier. A ladder leads to the dark heart of the labyrinth. Dangers lurk beneath, yet Pius courageously resolved does not buckle. Should Pius climb down the ladder? Hold on, let me look around here first. I mean, there has to be something in here to be useful, right? Oh, that's the run button. Okay. Okay, no, never mind. I was a fool. Okay. Let's go to hell. Looks like something came here. Oh. Looks like we woke something. Oops. Health meter. Every time a character takes damage, the level will get lower. 0, the character dies. Yeah, I know how the health meter works, pal. Thank you. Gotcha. Finish him. Finish him again. Most people would cower. I am not most people. A strange granite block lies on the floor. Looks interesting. That's why I'm the chosen one. Another granite block. So far, this is pretty cool. Alright, I need to get a little bit of distance. I'll take that. I will give the guy a hand, will ya? All right. That ought to do it. This one's covered in fog. Why did that one pop like that? Oh wait, this is water. I think. Or wait, is it? Blue, red, green, purple. I don't have a purple. Oh, looks like I'm surrounded. Alright, it's time to clean house, I guess. Let's see. Let's use this one. I don't know what this does. Let's see what this does. That does nothing. Get down. Stay down. Die. That should do it. Gonna take that. All right. 2 more to go. I sure hope this doesn't kill me. If it does, I'm going to be very upset. Aha! It opens the door from across the room. I am thankful that, I am very grateful that they allow you to save at any moment. And that's one thing I gotta give credit for them, is that they actually thought to have a save spot in the pause menu. So I guess I don't have to worry about balancing ink ribbons or healing herbs. Hey, wait a minute. What's this? Pious. You must prove your self-worth by destroying the statue. Let's see. Okay. Cut off the arm. Cut off the other arm. Cut off the head. Cut off the body. Now let's see what we get. Ah, move. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You made my job 1,000 times easier now. How you like that? What's this? A button is attached to a small pylon, softly illuminates the room. A bizarre energy seems to radiate from it. What does it do? Oh. That's probably bad, right? Did I fuck up? Oh, wait, it's just a teleporter. Now, what do we have here? There's 3 glyphs. A strange, mysterious sculpture resembling a red-clawed worm seriously floats above. Should I take it? Oh, that was probably the one. Wrong one, huh? I don't know if I fucked up or not. Oh my god, I turned into a zombie. Oh Lord. I probably shouldn't have taken that.
Have passed since then, and I have learned much. Chatturga's power filled me, invigorating my dead body. With a touch, I could level buildings, rend the ground asunder, and channel power such as mortal men could only dream. Face me, and you shall surely perish.
That's crazy. The Tomb of Eternal Darkness. Hey, it's the same as the line. Strangely, with the Tomb of Eternal Darkness in her possession, Alice can read the page. It's a chapter from the tomb itself. The Binding of the Corpse God. Now, is there anything of interest in here? I don't know if what I did was a bad thing, so I'm just going to assume... I'm going to assume that that was probably a good idea. Because I don't know what that did. I don't know if it mattered what glyphs I took, but I'm willing to give it a try. Let's see. Let's read this chapter.
I cannot say what was the true beginning, nor am I sure of its end. So perhaps here is the best place to start. I am reminded of ideas I first encountered in Sir James George Fraser's book, The Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. We are overwhelmed by a very human need to weave a web of meaning where there may be none. Since time immemorial, ancient peoples have dressed up their lack of knowledge as gods and demons. I have discovered that sometimes the fates of gods and mortals intertwine, and legends are born.
Angkor reaching Cambodia, 1150 AD.
Thy time is done, great ancient. Forever in shadow will you be master of chaos, and to fade to nothing in obscurity will be thy fate.
Oh, she's cute.
Thy master has planned many millennia for this day. It is the true chaos of all things that you now must be entombed amongst the beings
of flesh and bone. You have a great monument here, Mantarok. It is a pity that no one will ever recognize it as yours. May the darkness claim thee, crawling chaos and damned beast. No longer will thy reign be kept over the ancients you have kept imprisoned.
Jesus, what is that?
Thou hast seen the last of this world.
Did he end up getting mad with power and decide to turn himself into a god?
Not even these mythical fables can keep me amused. There has to be something to do around here. I only wish something that fantastic and of higher purpose could happen to me.
I mean, you wish that, but then you probably shouldn't. And look what happened. So now we're playing as a new character. A triangular device is carved on the floor. The edges groove are filled with colored sand. These symbols appear to be related to each other, with one having precedence over the other. My attention is drawn over here, it seems. A statue of a goddess, delicately sculpted from sandstone. It casts an alert eye over everyone who enters the temple. There is a strange necklace about its neck. Should Alaya take the necklace? Hopefully I don't regret it. I'm about to regret it. The necklace can be used to heal Alaya. Make sure that Alaya does not move when the spell's being cast. Is that so? Short sword and the tomb. So she had the tomb as well. Well, let's go in here first. Oh, something tells me I don't want these guys to wake up. The design on the wall appears to detect time of the day. Perhaps the candles do too? So it's currently going to be sunset. Engraved on the floor is a striking design featuring the sun sinking below the edge of the world. Symbolic, perhaps? Uh-oh. What did I just step on? Oh, you gotta be joking. Okay, hold on. The darkness is coming. It's not safe to save right now. God damn it. I really hope those things aren't awake. Oh my fucking god. Whew. That was close. Ah, frick. Ah, frick-a-dick. When located by creatures, a sanity loss occurs, causing a decrease in the level of the sanity meter and the character to pulse green. Beware. Sanity loss affects perception and eventually health. That's not good. The sanity meter represents a character's sanity. Every time he or she meets a monster, his and her sanity will get lower. Lower the sanity, the more the character will hallucinate. Great. Performing a finishing move on a creature can recover sanity. Good to know. Good thing I'm a badass. What's this? A bronze necklace sits atop an ancient clay urn. That might be worth a nice price. I guess I'm gonna have to go back the way I came. Damn it. Let me guess. Oh, never mind. Oh god. Ow. No one said I had to fight them. Let's see. I wonder. Aha! I was right. Huh. Okay. Very Cthulhu-esque. I'm all for it. Let's see. Another one of these. Engraved on the floor is a striking design featured the sun rising above the world and the edge of the world. Cool. Alright. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. You guys just chill out for a minute here. Something comes, you write in the comments, alright? This is a live stream or something like that, I don't know. Boo! Did I get you? Alright. Told you I was gonna be quick. Alright. I should probably save while the getting's good, right? I have no idea if there was any sort of difference between what I did or what I chose. Oh God. Why would you do this? Okay, what if I walked around them? Huh? See? That's one way to get by. The trap can't hurt you if you don't set off the trap. Oh God, another one. Oh, it's blue. Anything blue sucks. Hooah! Hooah! Engraved on the floor is a striking design featuring a starry sky filling the heavens. Let's see. The design of the wall seems to depict time of day. Let's see. Since it's a night sky, that would be it, right? Oh, I did something. I did something. Let's see, if I walk at the very edge, will it trigger it? Let's see. It's very hard to tell where where it is. You sort of gotta play a memorization game. It's all about memorizing the placement of where you have to be. Now let's see. I don't have to put these out. Those are already on. But wait, there was that one. I didn't check to see if there was any in the other room. Oh, I guess that guy's dead. Okay. Just gotta be very careful. Ah, God. I keep forgetting the small ones trigger it too. Let's see. Engraved on the floor is striking design features the sun brightly burning. I wonder. Aha! I got that one too. Now, let's see what's behind door number 1. Oh man, I have no choice. I have to trigger it then. Ooh. Like magic. What's this? Small pedestal covered with decorative etching stand before the wall. The blowgun upon it must have some special significance for the focal point of this display. A blowgun? Oh God. Oof. Oh shit, I broke my sword.
A secret passage in the temple.
Oh crap. Oh! Cool. Oh, he's still alive even when I take away his body. Nice. Hey, you're okay there, pal? The guard is grateful for Elia saving his life. In return, he offers his services. If Elia brings him a broken weapon, he will repair it as a gesture of thanks. Really? Well, say no more. I need this weapon saved immediately. Thank you. A classier person prefers a sword. There's no way back up there, that's for sure. Hoot. It's gonna trigger if I step on it anyway. Yep, look at that. Whew. Easy peasy. Now, what do we have here? Okay, so you have to dismember them in order to do a finisher on them, huh? Ooh, yeah. So far, I got a good amount of sanity on me. Now, let's see. There's a pedestal, and there's this. So what is this exactly? There's a hole in the device, as though something can be inserted, perhaps a key or a lever. Okay, so I gotta find a key or a lever. Let's see, I came through there, so I want to go through here, I'm thinking. Oh, I can get tired. Okay. That would make sense. Ow. Just go, just go, just go. Hoi! What is it with these places and these elaborate traps? Oh, God. Alright, you know what? Let's see. I got an idea. I'm gonna use the blowgun on them. And then I'm gonna use my sword to cut their heads off. Hooah! Hoo-yah! Now let's see. I don't see anything that can be used as a lever in here, so I guess we have to keep going. Oh, what the hell? This is not what I was expecting to be at. Something tells me I'm not supposed to be here.
Stop. Don't go near it.
Oh, God!
So, You are reduced to feeding on flesh and bone, Antralok. How the mighty have fallen. You will surely fester for millennia to come. A slow and torturous fate for thee. You had best leave, young fool, or you will find yourself as food for the dead god.
Don't have to tell me twice. Oh, God. Well.
You are one of the chosen many. Flesh and blood.
Did someone save her or
It is
what?
now your destiny to fight the eternal darkness.
Well, she wanted an adventure, so now she's getting it.
For an obligation. The gift is your life, sweet dancer. The obligation is this. You hold one of Mantarok's hearts. The essence of the corpse god. To some it is a source of great power. From those people, you must defend it. Lest they use it to destroy what little brightness your world has left in it.
I don't know if I should be trusted with such a thing.
Well.
Oh! Well, I guess I have something now. A metal staff is held by the arms of the statue. I'm gonna leave before that thing gets any ideas. I should probably save at some point. Oh, I can't use it as a weapon? I'm intrigued by this game. There's like a lot going on that I was not expecting. Oh, they grow their heads back. That would have been nice to know. Ah! Oh, yeah. I need to save whatever sanity I have left. Which isn't much to say the least, but, you know, I still would like it. If given the opportunity. Now, all I have to do is make sure that I don't trip on any of the traps. That one I have no choice but to trigger. Ah! All this, it's really slowing down now. Which is kind of cool, but also a little annoying. Hooah! Oh god. Wait, I need to... Let's find out what this does. Hopefully it's something cool. Oh, for Fred fuck's sake. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I need to heal, like, fast. That was close. So do I have to go all the way back to do that? I really don't want to. Thank you. Like, I have no choice but to trigger it. I just wanted a break from my boring life. I wanted my life to be like the comic books. Why do you have to punish me for having an imagination? Alright, I need to find a way around this guy. Hopefully he doesn't attack me while I'm making my way over there. Oh, I have a stamina meter. That would have been nice to know before. So what's this?
Fool! You should have run. Instead, you will die. Where is the essence of Mantarok? Where is it? I will not ask again, child. Very well, then. You will succumb to the horrors of oblivion.
So is she dead? Feel kind of bad. I had no idea what that was about. Oh shit. Now the candles are all lit. I guess I completed a... I wonder. Aha! With the correct sequence of the candles being lit, a hidden panel opens. There's a message tube inside. An antique leather-bound message tube, the kind used to transport seal messages and scrolls. It appears to be unopened. There might be something inside it. Let's see what it is. Another chapter. Suspicions of conspiracy. Ugh. What?
Your presence is long missed, my liege. I feel that my power is weakening from your absence.
Yes. Your power flows from me. Without me, you are nothing.
My meditations reveal a flaw in our plan.
There is no flaw. Mantarok and the others move too slowly to counter our preparations.
I don't like that.
Mantarok is bound. Its death will be prolonged for 1,000 years. Its fate will assure that the balance of power over the opposing ancients will remain in our favor. And with the Keeper nullified, my power grows stronger still.
And what of its essence?
Mantarok has employed others to defend it. It is of no matter, for the power I will wield upon my return will crush all that oppose me.
So wait, are there others like that girl who have, like, that so-called essence?
Still a concern.
His undoing has been planned in intricate detail. Those most loyal to him will be instrumental in his death. Nothing short of a miracle will keep him alive. And there hasn't been one of those for a long time.
After the chapter paste is removed, the message tube is no longer needed. Alex discards it. So, I guess there are more to it, but I guess we need to find more chapters. Let's see. Very interesting. Very interesting to say the least. Wasn't there like a page that I walked past not too long ago? I felt like there was. Oh. I went in the wrong room. A globe cradled in a wooden frame. Its glossy surface is painted in the likeness of an ancient map. Its lens is situated with the northern hemisphere. Above the label reads, "There be dragons here." Dragons? A brass frame mirror is set into the wall. The mirror's direction can be adjusted by the means of two crankshafts below it. Curious device. Is some way related to the telescope in some way? Well, if it is, there really isn't much to do with it. I think it needs to be like sunlight in order for this thing to work. Let's check the rest of the house. There might be more that I'm not looking at. Well, there's no need for me to go back. Okay, so there's a limit to how far I can run. I get that. Here's the kitchen. Well, at least it's warm by the fireplace. A wooden plaque is fastened to the door, taking the place of the lock. A colored sigil is carved into the wooden wide front. The lock is just wide enough to insert a narrow blade. I wonder. Alex places the blade in the slot, and if he feels it pushed back, it's as if the magic of the blade does not fit the lock. Maybe there's a different sword that I need. This is very investigative. Like, there's a lot that you have to look around for. Oh, those are the same doors. Alright, here's another room. Do I need to play Midnight Sonata on this? A grand piano stands here, waiting for the hands of a decent musician. Unfortunately, Edward never really lived up to that description. And as such, the piano fell into disuse. See, why do you do that? If you're not going to learn how to use the damn thing, that only defeats the purpose. The illustration features a collection of strange line designs, related to each other in a cyclical manner. There appears to be some significance to it, but it isn't particularly evident. Well, guess we're gonna have to look around for more clues. This is definitely a lot more intricate than I was expecting. There seems to be a lot going on that makes you wonder where the whole point is. Door's locked. Well, let's see what's finally in the second floor, I guess. The key comes apart in the lock. The key to the second floor is broken. Perhaps there's a way of repairing it? Oh, come on! Was that really the only key I had? Come on. Not like this. I wonder. Cannot use that. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to find some glue or something. You know, I once had a key broke on me when I was trying to get inside the house. I stood there for maybe like 2 minutes before it finally snapped out of it. It was like, why would you do that? Let's see. Is there a point to this that I'm not getting? There seems to be 2 places for it, but I have no idea what they're for. A diabolical drawing of a stack of human bodies, each one cemented into place. What twisted psyche could have executed this drawing? Though disturbing, it's meticulously rendered down to the subtlest detail. The precise anatomy of a fractured bone and the convulsionness of spines and ribs intertwine into a mesmerizing sight. Not exactly my style of art. This is a bizarre drawing of a cyclopean city. Its immense architecture bathed in a natural fog. The detail is incredible. As Alex studies it, she can almost imagine the city's inhabitants. A painting of a jungle shrouded building. It seems to be a temple in Asia, perhaps from Thailand or Cambodia. Both very good guesses. This Gothic cathedral is silhouetted against a stark light. The image is viscous and devoid of subtlety. Every brushstroke echoes the spikes of the architecture, imbuing a violent feeling, as though the building itself is a harsh imposition on reality. A grim picture indeed. Well, to each their own, I guess. Edward Royva's study is filled with arcane knickknacks, mementos of yesteryear, and other cultures. The odor of ancient texts is faintly noticeable under the peppering dust that covers every surface, except one. The desk had been the center of his activity, and not a mote of dust is on here. Here, Alex's grandfather had worked, perhaps even hours before the end. To a drawer or a dresser. So where's the dresser? Well, there's nothing here. There's gotta be something I'm missing. Well, I don't know what the secrets are of the family, so that's gonna bother me for a while. Alright, I gotta find a way to fix this key. Portraits of the ancestral Roivas line the foyer walls. Their faces reveal a dark, brooding edge. There's something about each one that gives the viewer an unsettling feeling. He definitely looks edgy. Let's see. Says the same thing. Alright, so how the hell am I gonna fix this key? Is there anything I can use to fix it? I don't see anything of any use. Table set for one, Alex's grandfather. Edward's private nature meant that he never had many visitors, and this is the lonely evidence of it. Not much of a people person, huh? I get you. Let's see. Well, wait, there was that one desk. There was that one desk that I kept examining, but there was nothing there. I thought maybe it was a bug or something, but maybe I could try it. Nope. Is that a dresser? Is there something I'm missing? I mean, there's a chance I'm missing a lot of things. Let's see. I don't know why I would need to equip it.
From my research, it is apparent that the endeavors of mankind
I never got to read it. That's why.
At the hands of the ancients. Whenever a king vows reform, the ancients move quickly to stifle it. Under the auspices of Emperor Charlemagne the Frank, the new Holy Roman Empire was at the height of its power.
So now we're going back in time.
Hanc mit ad dominum, et imperatorum nostrum, carolum magnum francum.
Deliver
non
this to our
decedent
Lord and Emperor Charlemagne the Frank. No one but him must see it. They are words for his eyes only. At once.
All right. At once, you say? What if I don't? What if I don't? Why did you read it, you dumbass?
What sorcery is this? A spell? I am bewitched. If this was meant for Charlemagne, then what will become of him? I have to warn him of this treachery.
Or you can just burn it. That too. Oh, great. It's church. Let's see. How much time have I wasted? Okay, I think I'll save it here for now. It's definitely pretty interesting for sure. I noticed that there's like a red thing on it, so you know, maybe next time I'll play around with it and see what other things I can cut with it. But for now, that was a pretty interesting game. I really enjoy it. It's very different from most survival horror games that I've played before. So, I feel like there's a lot of potential to play this more often. The fact that it still hasn't gotten a proper re-release on modern systems is a bit concerning, but you know what? I guess I just have to swallow my pride and try more of this if I have to. So, let's see. I'm gonna send you guys over to. Let's see. Well, I think I'll send you guys over to someone completely random, if I can think of someone. You know what? I think I know who. Let's see. Quite a few people on here. Let's see, after this, there's like 3 days left, so pretty crazy that we've went this far without it, huh? 3 days of streaming. What a time. Well, let's see what happens. Let's go to Cersei. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this stream for sure. Be sure to comment if there's anything you'd like to see. Don't forget to join our Discord and follow us on social media if you haven't already. We'll be in it for hot and heavy for new content. And as always, respect the classics.